Okay, I'm finally starting. This is stream 241. Had something really weird happen right before the stream started. Couldn't get to the production server at all. And it was still running, but somehow its network died. So I had to stop and start the instance again. And then when I logged back in, for some reason it wasn't launching the correct version of the server. Not sure why, other than there might have been a file corruption. I saw one of the files that the server maintained, which is called the bad server, the not the bad server, the versions list. Let me show you what it looks like in the test environment. So on the stage, there will be a versions.json. So for the test environment, I don't actually stage actual version numbered code packages, so it's just going to be empty. But what I was seeing in the real server was there was a null byte at the end of this file instead of just ending on the close bracket. And removing the null byte fixed it for whatever reason. So I don't know why, but that fixed it, and now the server's back up and running again. I have no idea why the instance suddenly the network stopped working. But yeah, I updated all the security packages. Who knows? I'm wondering if just AWS instances just kind of crap out after a few months and you just have to restart them once in a while. I don't know. Maybe I'll get more data points if I ever look into a Google Cloud or the Microsoft Azure. Hey there, Romania hate. Yeah, late because I was having problems with the production server, and I can't really show the work that I do on the production server on stream because it's got secrets and stuff. So yeah, for some reason the production server was unresponsive and I had to reboot it. But it happened. It seemed to happen right when I was connecting to it. So I'm wondering if it's a bug on my end. But I don't see how a bug in my program could cause the entire instance's network to go down. Not that it's solved, but I just restarted the instance and now it communicates on the network again. No idea why it would stop responding to incoming connections, even to SSH. So I have no idea. It's like the network just went down, and then rebooting it, it came back up. So I don't know. Who knows? So yeah, the Wednesday streams, I'm on the edge. I'm on the fence really about whether to. I have two choices since I have stuff in the morning now on Wednesday. Either don't stream at all on Wednesdays or stream at this time slot. So for me, it would be 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. You remember you watching an Elixir video, if one of the processes crashes, it's restarting it, it looks like a bug is solved, but it's not, but it's still there? Huh. You tried verification tools like sanitizer, static analyzers, maybe catch potential bugs. Well, but it wasn't my code. It was the entire EC2 instance. Network went down. So my program shouldn't be able to do that. What would it be? Either a bug in some operating system component or sabotage? I don't know. Sabotage. I have no idea. I didn't see any evidence of someone else getting in there or anything. It looked more like just something broke in the operating system. Just the network went down, and so I couldn't connect in, so I had to go in the AWS console and shut it down and start it back up, and then I could get back in. So no data really gets lost because there are like basically 3 copies of the data, and I verified the data was still good. I just needed to start the thing up again. It is a what is it? I forget the name of it, but in AWS, there's like, I think it's AMI. I could look it up. It's whatever they offer for their virtual machines. Let me get a incognito window here, and we'll look up Amazon Linux. I thought it was, yeah, AMI. It's this thingy. It's a supported and maintained Linux image provided by Amazon Web Services for use on their Elastic Compute Cloud, which is what I use. It's a stable, secure, and high-performance execution environment. It's like, yeah, but once in a while, the network stops working, and I have to reboot the instance. No idea what it is. So I don't know really what it's based on, but it seems like a stripped-down distribution all to itself that has, the common things that all distributions have. They use Yum for package management. Lightweight. You can add stuff on if you want it. I haven't really added anything onto it. That's what I'm using. So I guess the good news is since I don't really need anything that elaborate, I could pretty easily try this out on Google Cloud or Azure and see if my experience differs. Yeah, Debian, I have no idea. I think it's just okay, CentOS. So I don't know. But what my requirements are pretty simple. I just need to run a Linux executable, and I need to be able to make network connections and receive network connections. Pretty basic, right? So I could probably work on any kind of cloud or virtual machine out there. Yum sounds like Red Hat. Yeah, so but it works just like I'm used to with what do I do? Actually, I haven't had to do this in a while. What was it in Ubuntu? apt, right? So apt and Yum, that's similar. You can install and uninstall packages by keyword, and you can do updates. And the updates are pretty easy. You just do sudo yum update or something like that. Anyway, back up and running. Let me get the connect to my local and test environment here. Chickens, remember me, please. So I'm going to continue the work from yesterday, and what I was working on is trying to get these lights to actually light up the background. Hey there, Cthulhu. So Cthulhu, you wanted me to not go live yet? Well, the universe responded by breaking my production server for 15 minutes. So I actually didn't start for 15 minutes because I needed to repair the production server. I have no idea what happened, but maybe it's the influence of the Cthulhu, beyond, what is it? Beyond madness lies Cthulhu. You are not responsible. I know, just joking with you. Okay, so I'm going to get into some pretty scary stuff, I think. The algorithm that I had in my crazy head to do lighting in my game involves having a bunch of maps that I construct. And I think I reasoned out that I don't need this combined lights by zone because this is really just a combination of all of these and these. And I'm going to iterate them all anyway, so I might as well just iterate these and not have to constantly rebuild this one. So I think I'm just going to get rid of that. Yeah, I know. So I'm going to get rid of combined lights by zone. And then use these lights by entity, lights by zone instead. I'm going to do that. And one thing I realized is this lights by zone right now just has a set of the light source entities. But to make it easier for the algorithm, we can skip lights that are too far away. So I'm going to include the position and range of every light so that we can skip those lights that are too distant. So this set is going to become a map from int to some new type that needs to have a combination of position and range. So maybe position with range, or maybe just light source. We can invent a data type called light source. And we have to sort of keep these maps up to date. So the quadrants of positions that are lit depends on two things, really. Where the light source is, and then what obstacles are in the way. So whenever the light source itself moves, or gets added or removed, we got to go and update these maps. The second thing is whenever anything that obstructed the light is added, removed, or changes, we have to go again and update these lights. So a lot of the work is going to be in trying to make sure we cover all the cases where these maps need to be up to date. And then we're basically using this map in this isVisible function to know whether or not to render that tile. And so right now we're actually doing that, and we're rendering it based purely on one light source at the center of where our camera is, and then how far it reaches is depending on the ambient light level for the zone. So right now it's set to 4. So we go 4 squares out in a rough circle, and then if there are any obstructions in the way, it stops I call it light propagation, but I guess other people call it ray casting. So it's a crude form of ray casting that I kind of put together back here, where from a source it can radiate in certain directions based off of whether it's on axis or off axis. And yeah, there's some edge cases to make things look like I want it. So if it's slightly off axis, it can still go up or right, but if it's completely off axis, actually this is a bug. This should also go, this should not go to the right, right? That arrow should be missing. Or am I got something wrong here, didn't I? Oh, this is missing an up arrow and this is missing a right arrow. So this quadrant is more correct, isn't it? No, I'm missing a left arrow there. Which one of these is right? Maybe none of these is right. Did I completely screw this up? I might have. This might be completely wrong. Anyway. The idea is to try to get light to propagate along these ways so that if, so you can slightly look around the corner this way, but if it's off axis, it goes along a diagonal like that. And I think it was, actually I'm not even sure if this is correct, because shouldn't this be obscured here, because we should not be able to see around that. Anyway, the current logic is implemented in the game like this. So there's an obstacle there. It casts a shadow. If I move down, it becomes a diagonal shadow. Move to the right, it's like that. And if it's too wide, then it behaves like this. So that's vertical and that's diagonal. Vertical, diagonal, and then both of them are diagonal. But if you go completely off the diagonal, it doesn't block anything. So that's what I was going to go with. So that sort of light propagation or shadow propagation, however you want to think about it, or ray casting, I want to add to off-camera light sources so that if this is emitting light and I move to the right 2 squares, we should still see it out here and maybe even see some squares around it that are lit by it, because it's within our visible, like how far we can see if there was no darkness. And we can't see it unless it's illuminating a light, because the ambient light level is low. Oh, there, because Cthulhu's transforming into his final form. Watch out. So I was playing Darkest Dungeon this morning and yesterday, Cthulhu, and I thought of you. What is it? Antediluvian Nightmares or whatever? Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so today's plan. There was a bug in Illumin that I saw yesterday that I want to get to. Right now I only use Illumin for propagating light from a center position, but if we want to use it for off-center things or in world coordinates, it won't work. So I wanted to go in there and fix that. And we should probably set up a unit test to capture that, right? Or was I just going to rely on the unit test I had already made? I think I made one where there was a light outside of ambient range that should show up, and it's not right now. If I remember right, that was in the ECS rendering. If I just run them all, right? See it fail there? Yeah. Light source visible even when beyond ambient light range. And it is not appearing in the list, right? Yeah, sprites is empty even though it should have our light source. So that means that for this test to pass, having a light source visible when beyond ambient light range, Illumin has to work, and so does the is visible. So I can't really test them apart, can I? Unless I gave like internal access to the Illumin function. Where is Illumin? That would be in rendering, right? It's right here. Yeah, so it's an implementation function. And what does it depend on? It depends on looking at the map. So it has to work. There have to be things in the world. So if we were to test it on its own, we would have to set up Actually, if I just expose a backdoor way to call this function directly, and it just returns a map, right? We could make a unit test for it. How would that look like? I would have to go to the outer class interface, components, HPP here, and add a method that we could use to call it, right? Didn't I have like a marker for testing? Testing. Test purpose. Maybe I don't. Oh, no, this is the implementation class. This isn't the, yeah, I need the outer, a complete outer interface. Where was that? This one, maybe. Aha. There we go. I do have some test things in here. Invoke a system directly, get feedback delegate. Yeah, what if I just make, like, expose illumine, which would be defined here, right? Yeah, what if I just make that available through the outer interface and just mark it as for testing purposes only? Do I even need to mark it for testing only? Because it doesn't mutate anything. It always just makes a new map. Yeah, what if I just make it so you can get to it from the outer interface? Then we can test it separately. Yeah. Well, be very quick. Don't let the shadows steal your soul while you're out getting your cookies and milk. Okay, so this won't just be a testing method. So we'll put it outside here. Where to put it, though? How about right here? So it's going to return... Okay, is this position something we define? Position? Yes. Okay, so there is a map, right? Okay, cool. And so since it's an outer, I don't need to pass that. And position index, that's a tricky one. I suppose I could pass in the zone and it would figure that out. Hey there, Rally Monkey. You will obliterate it. Watch out, Cthulhu. That golem might be in the deepest, darkest corner of the kitchen, I guess, wherever you get that cookies and milk. Gotta watch your back. Yeah, let's say I'm never going to call it with the admin camera at all, so I can chop that parameter off, and then I can change this to be a zone entity and drop the position index, right? And so this becomes... We keep the range, we drop the admin camera, and then we're adding another parameter here. You doing a short stream today? Let's see if I can do the usual duration. It's just pushed forward. So Relay Monkey, I'm on the fence between doing a time-shifted stream on Wednesdays or just to take a break on Wednesdays because I can't stream in the mornings now because of a regular appointment that I have. Other streamers that I watch do take off 1 day a week. They do like 4 days a week as a way to prevent burnout, and I might end up doing that because weekend, you know, it's for other things, family stuff, right? But it's nice to have like a day off at least once in a while for yourself, and so a Wednesday might be a good day for me. So then this is the entity identifier of the zone in which the light will be cast. Oh, look at that, I misspelled that. In the given center position in the given zone. So there was a typo where I copied that from, wasn't there? Yes. All right. So this is the outer method, and I'm mostly making this so that I can test the inner method, but also it might be useful to have elsewhere. So we would implement it in near this one, so I'll just jump to that and then paste. All right. So components. And then I'll do the little cheat here where you can say auto and then put the return type here, and it'll be within the scope of the class, so I don't have to repeat the scope again. I think Riley Monkey says, I think you could take that day off. You could even just do off-stream stuff that day in addition to your relaxation. That's what Adam does, and I think that would help out too. And help you get advanced places in the work. Yeah, also, I'm going to start to need a day here and there to do security-sensitive stuff that I shouldn't show on stream. Some streamers will continue to work and they blank out the whole monitor, so I could do something like that and replace it with like a funny overlay that says like hacking the Gibson. I mean, that's what CM Griffin does. Or I could just do what Adam does and just do it off stream and talk about roughly what I'm doing, like, hey, I'm working on monetization stuff or something like that. Yeah, I could do that. So I'm just gonna keep streaming right now because I feel like it. But yeah, I might be starting to take Wednesdays off for a while. So this will just call the inner one with a mutex, right? So we would just return impl illumine. I can't call illumine? Why not? Why can't I call illumine? I don't know why it won't let me call it. Is it just IntelliSense is giving me a trouble? I should be able to call it. Okay, there it goes. Weird. So that's a this. Star this, right? Is the outer. And then I need to figure out the position index. But we pass through center X, center Y, arrange in quadrants, and the admin camera is always false when we call it this way. So position index I need to figure out. Let's search for it. We basically have to look up the... I think we just look it up in... Oh, where is it? There's a position indices, so we look it up. Yeah, this one right here. And we won't need to support the default zone, so I can drop that, right? So it is just... I can make that const. It's just this zone entity. There we go. In fact, I can take that and put it here, and there. That's probably an impl in front, right? Yeah, there we go. So now it's external, and I should be able to use it, make a unit test for it. So we'll make a unit test which illumines an off-center light. What would be a good way to do that? Have like a wall and then something behind the wall and then something on the other side that we can see, just as a good test. You found the golem using your kitchen trying to eat your cookies? Oh no, you killed him. A good thing that he is easy to reassemble. You just made out of bricks and all, right? Oh, let's make a unit test. This would not be rendering specific, would it? Hey there, multiple pixels. How are you doing? Yeah, Riley Monkey, stuff I think would be more exciting to do on stream, you mean? And like the less exciting stuff would be what I could do when I don't need to stream. I wonder if this really belongs in rendering anyway, because the it's in the implementation, right? Where did I decide to put it? Yeah, so it's kind of shared, right? So I really should have it in the shared test framework. Where is that? Common? I guess so. Why not? We can do it here. So this is ECS tests illumine. Actually, I wonder if that's is that an actual word, or should I be using the word illuminate? Define illumine. I guess it's a verb. So what's the difference between illumine and illuminate? Light up slash or semicolon brighten or light up. It's really this just alternate sort of the same thing, right? It's shorter. I like short words. Okay, let me take from a test I had here where we had a wall. Where was that? Solid wall blocks. Yeah. Let's pick this test up. Down here. Yep. And just tile set's important because we need to have things that block and things that don't block, right? And then we have a wall. We put it up. So you'd prefer the common word, so would illuminate be better? And hi there, Shake Soda. Won't you have to consider light sources outside the player view box because their illuminated squares can be inside the view box while the source is outside? Yeah, I do. So the way I plan to do it, I don't have a nice diagram, but for every light emitting tile in the entire zone, we'll hold a set of the tiles illuminated by it. And so when we're sort of going through, we'll first cast like our vision, so we don't bother to look at behind walls, but everything that's not blocked by walls, we'll look up in these other sets and see if any light illuminates them. We'll see it. So you might have right off screen to the right here, you might have a light that happens to light up the tile right at the edge. We would see it because we would find it in that light's map, which we'll look at because it's close enough. So we would need to look out of range at least as far as the strongest light, you know. So if let's say the strongest light is 5 squares, then we'll need to look 5 squares beyond the edge. Look at all the light maps that could be including squares within our range. Object lists, light lists, yeah. Or is that eh? This is only the first iteration of this algorithm, so it's probably not the best. I will try it out and learn from it. If someone has a white paper on how to do this in a really smart way, then I would gladly read it. I kind of feel like I should have a helper to do stuff like that, because that's a lot of code. I wonder if I should just go and do that. So we could have a set of tests that have a common tile set definitions, and then using that we can like have like, if it's tile 1, it's not blocking visibility, tile 2 is, so that's like wall and not wall. So we could have like add wall, add not wall, and make this code easier to read maybe. Should be all right for this kind of rendering. I hope so. Well, if not, I'm open to suggestions on how to do it better, basically. It's kind of like the idea I had is the go-to until I learn better. Why? Oh, that's because we expect it out, but I don't care about that. Trying to see how I can make this test shorter, or should I just worry about that later? I'll worry about it later. Store the illuminated squares by map objects on the server level, render shadows on the client. Yeah, basically, it's all on the server side. So we tell, the client is actually pretty dumb. We just give the client a list of what to draw, and it goes through and basically creates a sprite for every one of them. And then I have a sort of a shortcut that when you move the camera 1 square, it tells the client to shift everything it knows about, and then it gives 2 other lists, what things have been added and what things have been removed. And everything that's not on those lists is just simply shifted along one axis or the other, or both sometimes. Did you figure out what was causing the green enemies to spawn outside the circle? Yeah, it was that I computed the vision map, but then did not store it. Worried about bogging? Of course I'm worried about bogging down the server. So what I'll do is I'll implement this and then do a performance profiling of it and see if it's terrible. And if it is, I'll see if I can try to make it not so terrible. If I can't get it to be good performance, then I might have to sit down and think, maybe I should have to sacrifice. Maybe I'll have to sacrifice some and do it on the client side. Doing it on the client side would mean that someone could potentially cheat by seeing through walls by modifying the client. Some games do that, though. They just make it either they discourage you hacking the client, or they just outright like encrypt the stuff, so make it very, very difficult to cheat. But yeah, the client would maybe get more information than the player would necessarily be allowed to see. Every old game with a bunch of lights you can think of did this? Yeah, probably. My wife was asking me that the other day. She's like, can't you just look at another game and see how they did it? And I'm like, I don't have the source code to the Ultimate games, so I don't know how it's done. But if someone had a white paper or had an open source game that was well documented and easy to read, so I wouldn't have to wait. I wouldn't have to figure it out over a week or two. If I could just look at it over a day and figure it out, I'd be glad to know about it. But I don't know anything out there that does that. But I'm sure someone will come into the stream at some point and say, hey, such and such a game did this and they had a really cool idea, and I'd be like, great, let me take a look, and then I'll learn from it. Usually the answer is light lists updated as needed, or tree structure you can query for the lights. Yeah, so I'm kind of doing something like that, but maybe not as sophisticated as a tree structure. I'm just having maps from zone and then maps from position, that kind of thing. Quad trees, yeah. Actually, you know what? That might be a good idea, because quad tree could help get me the locality that I need. I like that idea. I was playing around with cloning making a clone of Minecraft, because that's just what a lot of people do. And oct trees is something you can do to simulate the 3D voxel space for like a Minecraft clone kind of thing. So I've done oct trees. Quad trees would just be a 2D version of that. Yeah, so I like that idea. Let me give you a point for the idea. You use oct trees for so much. Yeah, it works really well for basically compressing away a lot of the empty parts of a world. Like in the Minecraft clone I didn't bother generating any voxels that were not uncovered yet. So the ground, you could only see the top crust layer, and then we started mining down. It would add it to the oct tree. The reasoning is, if you can't get to it yet, there's no reason to even make it yet, especially if it's procedurally generated. And the oct tree was really nice in that the top level, the data structure was a large area, and then you basically subdivide it into 8 smaller cubes, and then you subdivide down all the way till you get down to its individual voxels. So if you had a large area that was completely underground, it would just be one data structure, basically saying that you haven't gone there yet. I have a high complexity to effectiveness ratio. What does that mean exactly? High complexity versus effectiveness ratio, like that it gets complex. It's effective but highly complex. And I'm not sure what a BVH tree is. See, all the stuff that I don't know that Shake Soda knows better than I do. By the way, you should check out Shake Soda's stream. Much more competent algorithm expert than I am. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Okay, let me just try to put together this unit test. So, tile set. We'll put a wall. I'm gonna have 2 ground things, ground 1 and 2. One that's on the other side of the wall, so we shouldn't be able to see it. And then, actually, does it even matter? Because the Illumin doesn't care if there's a tile visible there or not. It's just going to be in the set or not. Yeah, I don't need any of this stuff. I can just have a wall, and that's it. Hey there, Rasubaka. Welcome, welcome. I see you have all of the EJs. Way to go. And you threw in an atom boat, too. Cool. The Shake Soda said it means the performance gain you get for the low difficulty of implementing it is very favorable. I see. So you get you get more gain even with just a slight amount of implementation, right? If you're ever considering a map to something in space, you probably want spatial hashing, by the way. Yeah, I was trying to think about how I would do that, and you're mentioning quad trees makes me remember that, yeah, I could do that as one way to get spatial. So my you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, but my understanding of spatial hashing means that you can let's say you have a data structure that covers like a huge space, but I only care about one small part of that space. I could take like some coordinates near that space, and uh, I should be able to get to like not visit the entire data structure, but only a certain small subset based on that locality. And the way it would be implemented, one way might be to use hashing, where you convert localities or coordinates into different addresses within the data structure. So you would narrow down the part of the space that you need to search in, and not have to search the whole space. So quad trees would work that way, where you just hone in on the locality by saying, is it to the left or to the right, up or down? It's to the up and to the left. Okay, then subdivide into that quadrant of the entire world. Within that quadrant, now from the center of that, is it up, down, left, or right? And it's sort of like a 2D binary search, right? And the hashing would just be another way of doing that. Maybe I'm not making sense. I'm not the best at algorithms, but I kind of get the gist of it. I know ultimately hashing takes unique values and reduces the amount of information down to a much smaller number of bits. Benefit is that you can quickly find things, but then the downside is that there can be collisions where two different positions in the world could have the same hash code. So when you compute the hash for a position, you might have to be prepared for multiple values to be there, and then you have to look through that list to see which one is the one you are looking for. I hope I got that right. I think I understand what hashing is, but then combining that knowledge with like how you do it with spatial data structures is maybe something I'm not the best at explaining. Anyway, we're gonna put the wall in, and then this. I don't know if I need to just tell the ECS we're starting. I think I do not, but that's safety. We can do that. Update is key. That will load in the caches of the tile sets and light maps and stuff. And then I don't actually need a camera. We're shortcutting it in a sense. Our act is just to call the function. So components dot illumine. So we're going to get back out a light map. When we illumine the center, so 0. Actually, I wanted to test that it's off center, right? So let's add some constant to the position of the wall. So let's just add 2. So 2, 1, and so from 2, 2. And then what was the third one? Zone. Oh, we had to put these in a zone. Okay. There was a further test where I did that. Yeah, this one. That's just to have a position index, right? Yeah. So a zone, and this is really not important. I will leave that out. And I just need to have this zone used for this wall. That's important. And then we tell it to illumine that zone. Do I need anything else? Range and quadrants. Let's keep it short. How about just 2 squares? So the assert will be that we should be able to calculate what all the illuminated quadrants are, right? Use a position divided by your grid size to index an array of arrays of items. Oh, sort of like picking the chunk that something is in, right? Once you selected a bucket, you just loop through everything. So basically just getting the search size way down, right? Yeah, small enough. It's small enough that it's fast. I got that part. See, Shakesoda is so good at explaining these things. We should give him another point. Really basic chunking, yeah. I I'll think about what I'm gonna do. I kind of like the idea of a quad map, but I could also do just chunking, basic chunking to reduce the search space. The problem would be when things expand a boundary, like if it spans 2 elements in the quad tree, or if it spans 2 chunks, right? That's where you get the corner cases, the complexity. Right, what we get back out of this is a map from position to quadrant bit mask. So that's map realm server components position, and then we're going to have to fill it with something, and that is going to need to match light map. All right, and so well, let's just do it the way the algorithm would do it. The tile coordinates are doubled to get the top left quadrant, right? Is that how it? No, I think I offset it by 1. If I remember how to do this from my notes, maybe. Maybe my notes would help. Shakespeare says, fortunately, you can detect crossing a boundary easily and pull from those nodes too. Just a matter of tuning it so crossing into your worst case number of buckets isn't prohibitive. Right, so instead of doing 1 chunk, you'd have to do 2. Yeah. But it gets it down to the order of n, where n is a small size compared to your world size, right? Okay, back a few days. Right, so I think I can't remember now which one. I'll have to look at the code. I forget how the tile coordinate system maps to the quadrant coordinate system. Where would I find that? Rendering? Oh, okay. This is essentially this center quad. So that 0, 0 is the top left. So then 1, 0 would go to 2, 0. Okay, so it's just basically multiply by 2, right? -1 goes to -2. So it works for positive and negative numbers. I think that's why I did it that way. But again, my brother's better at math than I am. And I need to give him plenty of opportunities to laugh at me at family meetings. Hey there, Malvex. How are you doing? My brother was even smarter than he is. I shouldn't say this. The perfect way for my brother to get back at me would be to watch my stream and collect all of the math mistakes that I make, and then at Christmas or something say, ha ha ha, I caught you on 34 math mistakes, and here they are. Okay, back to the test. So we're going to expect these coordinates to be in that map, right? Hold on, wait a second. Oh, wait a minute. The quadrants is tile coordinates. So it's going to be 2, 2, 15. That's right. 2, 2, 15 is 1. So basically illumine all 4 quadrants of the center of the light. Okay. So then we project it in this 9. There are 8 neighbors, right? 8 immediate neighbors. And then how many will there be 2 squares out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So there'll be 9 or 8 at distance 1, 20 at distance 2. Well, it's 3 squared minus 1 is 8, and then that's 5 squared minus 4 squared. No. 6 squared minus 4 squared. That's 36 minus 16 is 20. Yeah, okay, got it. Let me write that down. 6 to the power 2 minus 4 to the power 2, and this one was uh, 3 squared minus 1 squared. Or 0 squared, right? Minus 1. That's the, that's how it devolves, right? Alright, I just want to get the number correct. I got purple stars, yay! You're joining a new company, well congrats, Malvex. That's awesome. Alright, so what are the coordinates? And what would they be filled by? If there's a wall there, then just the bottom two, so it was 1, 2, 4, so 4 plus 8 is 12. So we'll have a 12 at 2 by 1, where the wall is, right? But everywhere else we'll have a 15, I think. All 4 quadrants will be illuminated everywhere else, right? So straight down would be 3. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more. And then up and left. Actually, let's do the top ones. Let's do the top ones in order. Let's do a rotate around the circle. So 2. So 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1. And then 1, 2. We already did 2, 2. And then 3, 2. And then 1, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3. Did I get the number right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's an extra. Okay. So then 2 squares away, it's casting a vertical shadow up. So there's only one thing, and again, it'll be, it won't be 11 though, it'll be 0, right? Okay, let's see if I got this. I think I got this. So it'd be 0, 0, 15, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and then this one will be 0. And then the next row, I sort of didn't go clockwise, did I? I went left to right, top to bottom, and skipped the ones that were already in there. So this would be 1, 1, and then we skip 1, 2, and 1, 3, and we go to 1, 4. And then it's 2, 1, 2, 4, right? And then that's a 15. And then right, 3, 1, 3, 4, and then 4, 0 through 4. Did I do that right? I got it backwards, didn't I? That's 4, 1. 1, 2, 4, 2. 1, 3, 4, 3. Yeah, that looks better. Then it's this is at y equals 4, and those are all lit. So the result of having one wall straight up is that we see the wall because it illumines the bottom left and bottom right quadrants, and we don't see anything of the thing behind it. There we go. That's the test. And why didn't it like that? It didn't like that. Why? Too many arguments for function like, oh, I think I've run into this before. It like, sometimes it wants extra parentheses around the whole thing. It has to do with like the macro that Google test uses. Yeah, see, it was okay as long as I put the whole thing in parentheses. So I think this is going to fail because of the offset problem, right? Let me make another test where it's a lumen center, lumen off center. A lumen center would be 0, -1 if we illumine at 0, 0. All these numbers are going to change, but that's okay. We can do them fast, right? Maybe not so fast. -1, -1. 0, -1. That's 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. Negative 1, 0, 0, and 1, right? That's 1. This isn't right. It should be 1. Yes. I think I got it right. Okay, and so this will be negative 2s. Right? I'm sure someone will tell me if I got it wrong. If none of you tell me, it'll be my brother at Christmas. You got those numbers wrong. I done goofed? Well, the center is a weird one, right? Because it's, well... Did I get it wrong? Oh, is it 5? Is it 5 squared minus 3 squared? 25 minus 9? No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work out. Distance 2, right? Be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No, that is 16. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I did goof. So that is 5 minus 3. 25 minus 9. It would be 16. So yeah, you deserve a point. Just notice that Twitch says you don't have any cards info below the stream, but Freeload fixes it. Oh, really? Yeah, I should have cards there. Right, because it's a square of 5 minus a square of 3 gets you the boundary, and then 3... It's just 1 squared, isn't it? Like that. Yeah, you have a point. It's completely and utterly useless, but you've earned it, my friend. Yeah, if you want to, you can do this get a code and put that in chat, and my bot will link your in-game account to Twitch, and then you'll be able to use that point at some future place. But don't feel obligated. The point doesn't really mean anything now, and you can just be recorded that you've earned a point, and you can wait years from now and create an account then, and then you can redeem the point later. So you don't have to do anything now. But thank you for that point there. I mean, thank you for that follow there. I technically don't need these anymore, do I? I can just delete them. -2. Okay, all of these are... No. These are -1s. These are 0s. These are 1s. And these are 2s. And then these coordinates are -2, -1, 0, 1, and 2, and that's -2 and +2. -2, +2, and then again, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2. Okay, I think that will pass and the other one will fail. This will reproduce the problem I saw yesterday. Nope. I didn't get it right at all. Oh well. Oh, it's we have to add 1. So this is if the light level is 3, right? 3. I told you never got to get involved in WoW because it was a big time sink, but I never mentioned anything about No Man's Sky. Well, but the thing with No Man's Sky is when you reach the end of the content, you'll get bored and you'll just stop. With WoW, there's just constant grinding. You know? Unless you're getting so much enjoyment out of No Man's Sky. I mean, if you enjoy it, maybe it's okay. I don't know. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? Oh, when you're right next to it's something, it's a no, it should do that. So what is it? Why are we getting these other 12s in there? Why are there 3s there? Okay, I'm not understanding something here. Is it that these are not lit? Let me see. Let me think about this. -1, -2 would be 1 left and 2 up. And it's saying 12. Oh, it's stopping halfway? Oh, I hadn't thought about that. I guess that makes sense. Is that the problem with all these other ones? And what's 10? That's 8 plus 2. That's the right side of it. Yeah, okay, fine. Classic going live soon. Well, yeah, you know what I predict with Classic is people will play it for a few hours and then realize how frustrating it is and how difficult it is, and they'll just lose interest. It's multiplayer now, Nui. Yeah, they added it, but it's really, really buggy. Really buggy. See, the thing with WoW is they changed the game slowly over time to try to appeal to more people and to keep people interested. So if you go back to Classic, it'd be like a lot of things in the game aren't there. And it's a lot more difficult. Some people might enjoy that, but I think a lot of people will say, like, this sucks that I keep doing this corpse run, that I just keep getting slaughtered, it doesn't feel like rewarding, and then they'll stop playing. That's what I think is going to happen. Do I need to draw a chart for this? Maybe I do. You know what would be cool is, rather than messing with paint, if there was like an app that would, I guess I could do this with a spreadsheet, right? An app where, like, a virtual graph paper. Virtual graph paper would be really nice right now. How best could I get virtual graph paper? I wonder if there's something I could just search for. Virtual graph paper. Oh, there we go. Oh, hey, this might be something I could use. I can draw on it. Like, oh, that's nice. Let's do this. Undo, erase everything. There we go. Okay, so if our center is here, actually, let's illumine all 4 there. Can I mark this specially? Yeah. If that's our center, that's 0, 0. And our barrier happens to be here. How am I going to draw the barrier? Can I draw? I can just put an W in here, right, for a wall. Okay. Then the rules are we fill that. But then we don't go up, but we can still go up and left. And then from there, I can go up and left. And we should stop when the distance gets too far, right? So what was -1, -2 again? 12, so it's lighting both of these. But that's it. And then the 10 was at -2, -1. -2, -1. So that's these two. What's -2, 0 at? 10 also. So it's going 3 squares away. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then minus 1 is 15. All 4 of those. Minus 2 minus 1 was 10. What's minus 2, 0? Also 10. Right. So we fill all of these, but only go one more. Same thing here. But go one more there, and one more out here, and stop. Right? So minus 1 minus 2 is what? 12. Wait a minute, 12 is 4 plus, that's wrong. No, I want minus 1, 2, 3. That's 1, okay. 1 plus 2. So that's this. So that's going to be a 15 also. Oops. Gotta be perfect. So those are the illuminated quadrants, right? Hold on, did I? What's 1, 2? 1 is 3. Yeah. And what's 2, 1? Is 5. 4 plus 1. There we go. All right, so the wall, we illuminate that part of the wall. Can I show that bigger? So if the grid boundaries are like this, wonder why it's all fuzzy now. If we're lighting this area, we're lighting the bottom part of the wall and not this one at all. We can see that one and this one, but only half of it. Okay. And we can't see this one up there at all. Okay, so then let's update this to match. I'll put these visual breaks in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. So all of these were correct. It's just these ones that are wrong. So that one is not lit at all. So that's not present at all. And then that one's just 12. That's 0, and then 12. That one's not lit at all. Then the next row, it's 10 and 5. Alternates 10, 5, 10, 5, 10, 5, and then down these corners are not visible, and these are all 3s. There we go. See if I guessed correctly. No. Hold on, did I miss 0, -2? Oh, I put that in there and it shouldn't be there. Yeah, it's not illuminated at all. There we go. It's not put in the map at all if the light never reaches it. Okay, what am I still wrong on? Oh, there's an 11? 11's what? 1 plus 2 plus... Okay, what is 11? 8 plus 1 plus 2, right? That's top left, top right, and bottom right. Which spot was that? 0, -1? Wait a minute. Oh, I typed it wrong. I have an 11 in there. It shouldn't be an 11. It should be a 13, right? Or 12. Bottom left and bottom right. So many mistakes that I make. Okay, so that's what it is when it's centered. So let's take it off center. So take this and copy it down here. So we're adding 2 to all these numbers now. 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 3, 2, 3, and 3, 3, right? That should be a 2. What was that before? Yeah, I just had them. My math is wrong again. Okay, adding 2. 1, 0. 3, 0. These are both going to be 1s. These are both going to be 2s, and these are all going to be 3s, and these are all going to be 4. All right, and that's 0, 4, 0, 4, and that's 1, 2, and 3. Okay, I don't think this will pass, but it's for a different reason. The reason is that the light map is all centered off of 0. Also, the range is wrong. It should be a 3. Was that range in quadrants? Is that why? Oh, it is range in quadrants. That's why 1, 2, 3, and it stops. That's actually a pretty good test to have it an odd number of quadrants. Yeah, we'll go with that. Odd number is kind of nice because I get both where it's partial tile and then no tile at all, and yeah, full tile. All 3 of them are hit. Okay, I like it, and I understand why it had to be 3 now. Okay. Yeah, so it's all, the problem is that they are centered off of 0, 0 and not off of the actual center we put in. So let's fix that first. We pass in a center, but we don't actually add the center coordinate to that. That's the problem. And in this propagate light, I believe we shouldn't have to pass in center at all, because this ends up just taking the centers and just adding them. So we don't need to keep adding them over and over again. Right, so we would just put center x, center y here. Times 2? No, that's correct, but here it's times 2. Times 2. And the reason for that is what? Oh, wait a minute, no. We can make the edge, we can keep the edge relative to center. Yeah, it's just that when we're filling in the illuminated quadrants, this tile position, we need to add the center x and y. Right? Hey there, Pro Sam. How are you doing? Position from quadrant. Oh, it divides. So I want to put that outside here. Because that tile position is going to be used to find this in world coordinates. Correct. Okay, I think that'll do it. How's it going? It's going okay. I'm kind of buried deep in the math of the algorithm the algorithmic prison that I've constructed for myself, so to speak. So, and I found this nifty online graph paper that I was using to think about how, if you have a camera or a light here. I wish I had different colors, but a camera or a light here. I guess I could I put the capital C there? It's hard to see. Camera here and a wall here that we would illuminate the bottom half of the wall, but not the top half, and then the light would be blocked from hitting these 2 points because of the wall, whereas all of these other quadrants in this grid are going to get hit. So it goes out 2 and in each direction, but only lights half of the edge because we only went 3 quadrants out. So converting that into the test case and then making sure my algorithm does the right thing. Did I build? Okay, I did build and it didn't work. Interesting test result there. Okay, I must have messed it up. Think I forgot 1 after undo and redo? Could be. You mean in the test case? That's for the center one. That still works, right? Or did I break that one too? That one still works. So maybe down here I messed it up. The wall is at 2, 1. We're illuminating from 2, 2 range of 3 quadrants. So 2, 2 is lit. 1, 1 to 3, 3 are lit except for 2, 1. Oh yeah, you're right. I missed one there. Thank you. Malvex. And then this is top. Why did I have, yeah. 1 left and 2 up from 2, 2, right? That is lit, and then the 1 to 2 to the right of it is lit. So this one and this one. And then 0, 1 and 4, 1, 0, 2, 4, 2, 0, 3, 4, 3 are these left and right edges. And then the bottom edges are 1, 2, and 3 by 4. Yeah. But I think this test is failing because the math is still not right. Because it's -1, -1, 0, -1, so they're all centered off of 0 still. Oh, probably this propagate light when it fills in the illuminated quadrant. Yeah, it's this next position. Yeah, okay. So we need to add center X plus and center Y plus, right? That next position is just using the illuminated quadrants map, right? Yeah, okay. Maybe that was it. Nope. Getting closer, though. Different quadrants are being illuminated there. That's weird. Why would it just be 8? Huh. Hey there, Mr. C.M. Griffin. As always, if you haven't seen C.M. Griffin's stream, you should check it out. He made this overlay called Stream Parrot. And once again, I have not yet had a chance to check out the latest changes added to it because I've been super busy. And I apologize. Every day I'm going to have to be apologizing. Who's C.M. Griffin? He's the best streamer on Twitch. You should know this. Hopefully he doesn't move to Mixer. Why is this getting an 8? That's really weird. Okay, I'm going to look for obvious math mistakes here. So if center X and center Y are not 0, what happens? That's correct. The edge is local coordinates from the center, right? Yeah, because if edge coordinates are local or if local to the center, then we have to add back the center when we do this, right? All right, we're getting a position from a quadrant and adding it to the center. And then we're always using the tile position when we look up in illuminated quadrants. Right, this is just to tell which directions we go. So maybe the bug is in propagate light then. It's given the same center X and center Y. The next position is always calculated from X and Y from the center. Is this right? No, this is not right, right? The pause that's passed in is what? Tile position. Oh, right. This has already had the center added to it. Okay, that's the bug. This pause is already a world coordinate, so I don't want to add. We just do pause x and pause y. Actually, it's just find pause then, isn't it? We don't need world x and world y. Yeah. Eliminating a variable always feels good. Oh, I forgot it. We made a command for that. I should have just used it. Back to the tests we go. No, almost. I'm gonna say almost because it makes me feel better. That one's correct. This one is not correct. Somehow we got light through the barrier. I think that's what this is telling me. Hold on, where's my graph paper again? Yeah, that should be a 15, not an 11. 11's a strange number for it to be. Feels thinking, man. Refactoring will be tomorrow. Unless, if I don't get this done, the refactoring is gonna have to be pushed back. I want to get the lighting. I should just remove the I should just make it times only in the panel below. I shouldn't have like what I expect to work on because I'm never right. Don't have a hide command, but I have a this is fine command. What the heck am I doing wrong in this code? I don't know. Oh, thank you for that follow, by the way. This actually should be center x plus view x, right? Center y, but this is irrelevant because we're not testing when that flag is true. What am I doing wrong? X and Y and all the edge positions are relative to the center and they're in quadrant coordinates. So we need to convert back to tile coordinates by dividing by 2, and then if it's negative we have to subtract 1 and then divide by 2. What else am I doing? Hey there, lazy guru. This is not fine. I don't have a this is not fine. Should there be another comic for that? Quadrant mask, that's fine, right? Right, this is just getting the computing the mask. Oh, I wonder if it's this. Yeah, I think it's this because this is seeing along what axis is. Yeah, this is what it is. So I need to get the view position, or another way to do it would be subtract. I guess it would be cleaner if I computed it separately, right? Const position. What if I make this explicit world? Or yeah, if we do view and world separate. Like that. And remove this whoops. This and that. That's the view coordinate, that's the world coordinate, and so this one wants the world. But those ones all need the view coordinate. That's world again. These are all world. But these are all view. More explicit names help. World coordinates versus view coordinates. There we go. This one also wants the world, yes. Hey there, man cow. Yay, it passed. And there was much rejoicing. Alright, so, where I use this illumine, I gotta be careful because it's now returning a map in world coordinates, not view coordinates. So let me look for where I'll use those. Because it probably broke all my other tests in rendering, right? Yeah, so it broke a few other tests. It's probably gonna be where I use illumine. And let's see where that is. So it's going to be where we use this camera in ambient, right? So where do we use ambient? Or would it be vision? I'm not sure which one I'm using yet. Is this it? Is visible? It's probably this. It's probably adding our camera position to it, right? That's not right. Pass first try? No, it wasn't the first try. It was like the 15th try. It might be in this. Right. These positions are world coordinates, so I have to subtract the camera position from these. Why am I passing both, though? Why does this need both? Why does it need the center? It ends up adding them back to... Oh, because there's view coordinates. Okay. So, it's sort of weird, but to convert that to view coordinates, we have to subtract. So, probably where I do that I do that in more than one place. Oh, no. I only did it in... I do it in 2 places. Pretty sure I do. Yeah, so here again. Actually, if it's own... I could just make them world coordinates again, can't I? So let's undo this. What if this is just world X, world Y? Do I need the center anymore? I don't. Well, that's easy. Let's just remove the center and call these world X and Y. Or just X and Y, I guess, right? Now this needs view X. What does it need view X for? Oh, it does need view X. Yeah, but we can say we start with world X, and we can compute view X from that. View, and then X there and Y there, and then that's world minus center. And then world X, world Y here. And we're back to being good. Gucci, as they sometimes say. Run. Nope. Okay, what did I do wrong? Let's look at that again. Those positions are hopefully world coordinates. Again. And one's from ambient and one's from vision. Why did I do it that way? I mean, right now they're the same, right? No, they're not. Oh, this will check if beyond ambient range. So what does this do? I think this is old. I think it should be, what is this doing? This is if the sprites shift. This is if something comes into view, so I really can't do that anymore. I have to do this stuff. So that's vision. And then this should repeat this. If. I guess we can just combine it. That. And this. Then that. This basically says that if the sprite wasn't in view before, and now it is, and it is in view if we're either in the default zone or we do a visibility check. And this is within vision, it has to be lit by something. So this one checks ambient light and checks other light sources. But that's not the problem, I don't think. I think that was just, unrelated. Yeah, it's still failing. Let's get a clue from looking at the code. Maybe it's because the camera is offset. Yeah, the camera's offset. So what's the test result? No feedback, so it didn't come into view. Wait a minute, what did the test expect? Oh, it did come into view and it shouldn't have. That's what it's saying. We don't expect any feedback. Instead, we got feedback that a sprite was added at -1/5. -1/5. Hold on. The coordinates don't look right. Monster's at -210, and where's the camera? -1/5. Okay, that does add up, right? That minus that, -2 minus -1 is -1, and 10 minus 5 is 5. Okay. But we still shouldn't see it because the light is only 2. So where would... Okay, that would be what? This code, I guess. So let's put a breakpoint there. Wait. Thank you for that follow. Put a breakpoint there, right? And then I would just run this test and see it. Hey there, Lucky07. How was your stream? 20 viewers? Oh no, I'm being hosted or / rated by 20 views. 2 seconds, huh? Okay. 1001, 1002. Hi there, Lucky07. You're here. Thank you for the host. How have you been? You've been working on Twitch extensions these days still? Or something new and exciting? So I'm doing a bit of feature enhancement, but it's kind of tough for me. What I'm trying to achieve in my game is this kind of a situation where obstacles block sight. So it's dark, sort of fog of war or shadow, however you want to think of it. And where's my game actually running? It's here, but in a different tab. So here it is. So this game, if you haven't seen this before that I'm working on, is inspired by the old Ultima series. It's a multiplayer game separated into two pieces. There's a front-end client in the browser, and in the back end is a C++ program running on a server in cloud somewhere. And the feature I'm working on is adding light sources. So before adding light sources, I have a single light source. You can think of it as where the camera is, where your character is. And as you move, what is visible and what's hidden depends on where you are relative to the obstacles, right? So these little flashy dots are the light sources I want to add. And basically, if I move far enough away, I want to be able to still see them because they're within our vision range. And even though our own, you can think of it as the character's holding a light source or something that only goes 4 blocks. But if there's a light source beyond that, we should be able to see it because it's casting its own light. And so I'm working on that. So there's a lot of bugs as far as like when we're doing the ray casting, so to speak, from an off-center position. But this stuff is working right now only because the light, so to speak, is always centered in our field of view. But these off-center lights is proving to be a problem for me. Any interest in Classic WoW next week? Yeah, I was going to check it out along with Adam13531 and his friends. Still on extensions, but also something new exciting, but it's partially under NDA. Oh, that's exciting. It's like if you told me you would have to kill me kind of thing, right? Hey there, Burger Donkey. I still love your name. Sounds like one of the things sounds easy to implement, but are actually hard to do. Yeah, programming is like that sometimes. Something sounds easy, and someone will say, well, haven't you done that yet? It should be easy to figure out that you can't see behind walls. But then try to actually program it, and you have all these other variables like, my character might not be at the center of the map, and these light sources might be like off-center on different axes from me, and it gets complicated. Also, if these light sources start to move around, then we have to recalculate all the light casting. And we don't want to do it all the time because that would be expensive for the server, and yeah, it goes on and on. So yeah, I have a bug right now that I'm trying to fix. So I have too many breakpoints though. I don't need that breakpoint. I'm trying to find out why this test is failing, and the test is that that a tile moving outside the ambient light range should not appear to the camera, but it is again. So it's a regression. We had this working. So we're expecting to not see something appear. That's what this means. So expect no feedback. And the test result says, actually, you're getting feedback to add a sprite at this position in the view and have it use that tile. So that shouldn't happen because the tile is too far away. The ambient light is only 2 squares. We put the camera where? Where did we put the camera? At 0, 0? Am I in the right test? No, I'm not in the right test. The light is 2. We put the camera where? At -1 by 5, and the monster, so to speak, started at -110, so quite far away, and it moves 1 square to -210. So it's still way out of range. And for some reason, though, it's showing up on the rendering. So trying to find out why. I do not need that. I'm wondering if I have the right breakpoint set up. It's here where I expected it to go in, or it may be here. Let's put a breakpoint there and run the test again. Or debug. Okay, it does get there. What's the position? -1, 5, and what's the -3, 3? It'll never get there. Oh, there's nothing ever there. So really it's only if I get here, right? So what's the coordinates? -1, 5. Oh, that's ourself. So continue. Oh, is it showing a tile for ourselves? Is that what's going on? That might be it. Exciting work may end suddenly. I see. Well, my wife always makes that joke. I ask her what she's doing for work, and she would say, I could tell you, but then I would have to kill you. It's kind of like the spy thing, right? Spy says to the lover, I can't tell you, baby, what I work on, because if I did, I'd have to kill you. Let's see. World X is -1, world Y is -5. So what's center? So this is at 0, 0, right? Why is it getting here? Oh, it skipped it. It didn't add anything. So why is it... Wait a minute. Why is it failing then? Run. We're getting an add sprite. Okay, where... Okay, I don't have the right breakpoint then. We're getting an add sprite somewhere else. I thought it would be here, but maybe I'm wrong. That's... encoded... Hold on. I had this totally wrong. Let me just look for add sprite. See where that's done. Not there. Is this it? This is it. Let's see how we get to that point in the code. Debug. Is she a spy? I don't know. I would have to... I could... If I told you, I'd have to kill you. Just kidding. Well, writing unit tests is a challenge. My unit tests are not very good. A good unit test would fit in one page. Mine obviously do not. But I'm trying to get there. So this is better than having no tests at all, arguably. One could say that if my tests are too horrible, then it would be better not to have them at all. But I'm trying to get to where whenever I add a new feature or find a bug, to implement the feature or fix the bug, I need to recreate the feature use case or the bug in a unit test, see that it fails the way that I expect it to fail, and then change the code to make the test pass, and then get the code and the test refactored so that it can be readable by another human being, or maybe a future me. And I haven't gotten quite there yet, but I'm still working on that. One way I could do this refactoring is a lot of the common stuff I do, I could put into helper functions to make it readable. And if you really wanted to know exactly what the helper functions do, you could find these little tidbits, but then you usually wouldn't need to, because the point of reading a unit test would be just to figure out what is it doing. The code that goes into the test isn't as important as the code you're testing, right? You want the code that tests to be at least readable. It's my attempt at test-driven development, Nucleon John, and hello. My attempt, and hopefully I get better over time. But I'm doing two things here. I'm trying to train myself to do test-driven development, and I'm also trying to make a game. So there are different priorities. And right now, I'm more interested in getting the game working than I am at getting good at test-driven development. Of course, it's the right thing to do. Sometimes it's just too much extra work. Yeah, it is a lot of work. Just writing the test takes time. Refactoring the test to make it readable takes time. I try to think of it as it's investment that saves me much more wasted time in the future with bugs and tracking down bugs. The tests help you. If they start to fail and they didn't before, you can use them as a framework for debugging. So you don't have to run the entire program. You just run a small subset of the program in these tests and kind of help you to focus in on the bug. Well, that's the point, is it's trying to result in good code, but it's not like a silver bullet. It takes time. You can do it wrong. You can do it in a messy way like this, and yeah. Over time, we try to improve, right? Just like everything in life. All right, so where am I in the call stack here? Okay, update tile for cameras got called by what? Oh, I see. Sprite update. Add sprite. Right, so this sprite shouldn't appear. Why did it appear? Why does it think we can see it now? Can see it is that it's in the ambient. View coordinates. Right, well it shouldn't be. What is in that set? Oh, those are world coordinates. That's the problem. I changed that to world coordinates, and these are not world coordinates. Those are view coordinates. There we go. Let me make sure that I didn't make that mistake somewhere else too. Wow, it's used everywhere. Okay, so here I need to use world coordinates. So that's just X and Y. In fact, yeah, it is just X and Y. All right. That's one mistake. Let me see if did it anywhere else. Okay, these are view coordinates, so this is wrong then, right? These are, this is world coordinates and that's view coordinates again, so I need to offset this again. Oh, that's gonna be painful. I need to know where our position is. I guess that is what? Let me think about this. We're shifting the camera, right? So I need to use the old position? Oh, wait a minute. We calculated it here, so it's going to be a new... Oh, this is going to be messy. What do I do here? This is going to be a map of what we can see now, not what we used to be able to see. The whole point of this is saying that if we couldn't see it before... actually, what is this saying? Of all the sprites that we could see before, if we can't see... This is if we can't see it now, right? Yeah, and these positions are all view coordinates, though. Or are they? I don't know. I'm getting my coordinate systems messed up. Okay, where does add sprite get called? That'll tell me. View coordinates. Okay, they're view coordinates. Got it. So if the things we could see by view coordinates before... Where do we get this entity? Oh, this is coordinates and entities in there. And I don't really care about... No, I do care about it. Shoot. This isn't going to work, is it? Oh, wait. Its world position never changes, so... That will be the old world coordinates. So... where's the old world coordinates? Old camera.x and y? I think so. Okay, this line is going to get kind of long, so let me do this trick to make it look a little bit more readable. Because I have to construct something new that has that x to a view coordinate would be subtracting the world coordinate, right? Old camera.x. Old camera.y. Actually, I don't need that extra level of indentation, do I? Okay, that's one place where I use this ambient. Is that even the right map to be looking at? It's not. Actually, I need to use the ambient and the vision and see. I need to do a visible check. You think the code looks sexy? I think the code looks messy. Maybe something was missing. It was the Raimu stream. Oh, you're missing the Raimu stream in your life? Hey there, Skizzers. How are you doing? Any code looks sexy. Compare the language you have to use at work. Oh, my light just turned off. Hold on a second. I need to fix my light. I have like a loose electrical connection. We're back. Personally, not a fan of the triple equal on a line by itself. Not triple equal? Triple equal, triple equal. Where do I have that? Oh, this thing? Yeah. It's a style thing. Some people would rather see that. Some people would probably rather see that as well, but I say Just run it through Prettier and it'll fix it for you. Well, it doesn't help that I use custom ligatures, right? Triple equal would actually show 3 lines instead of them being 3 times as wide. So it's not just you being tired, it's probably also the custom ligatures. All right, we're looking for ambient right now. I'm just going from the bottom up, basically. Actually, wouldn't I need to add? I would need to add, wouldn't I? Not subtract. It's from view to world, so we have to add the camera's origin to it. Okay. The is visible is aware of this, right? Let's see. This position is world coordinates. Yeah, so it's all world. There's no view, concept of view coordinates there. Same thing there. Yeah. Well, thank you for that follow. I'm just making sure I use the right coordinate system whenever I use this camera ambient map. Okay, I mean, I think it's good. Should I just try my unit tests? See if they work? There's going to be one that still fails, though. But basically, I don't want to regress the other ones. Okay, we're good. We're back to just this one failing, which is fine because we haven't finished the work for this yet. But we're getting there. Although, I think I'm missing a test because this should fail because it's, this will fail if the thing is off screen, but is a light source. I should just fix it, right? Or should I wait until I write the test first? Let me put a to-do here, and hopefully I will have written a test to handle this case. If not, the to-do will remind me that it needs to be done. To-do will not work if, well, if sprite is still illuminated and within vision range, but leaves the ambient light. So I think I'm going to end up with a test to test that, but in case I don't, the to-do will remind me to go back and write a test for it. I don't want to get too distracted though. I want to finish this test that was currently failing. This test is about a light source is visible when it's beyond ambient light range. And the trick with that is what was it going to be? Right, now that we have illuminate working off center, when we run this and essentially the camera's being created, right? So when the camera's created, it'll end up going to this initial sprites feedback, which will go to is visible. And, well, we can just put a breakpoint there. Run the thing in debugger. I want to see that the lights are calculated correctly. There's one light source now. I want to make sure it's calculated correctly. Here it is, lights by entity. And let's look at its light map. And that should match up what the test has where the light is positioned. I think I called it torch. Yeah, the torch is at 3, 0. So 3, 0 is illuminated, and so are 2, 0, and 4, 0, and 3, negative 1, 3, positive 1. And then partially illuminated in the 4 corners. And that should correspond to, yeah, all but one quadrant of each corner. So that's correct, right? Because I set the light level of 1, which means 1 more than itself. But that makes sense, okay. So the light map is correct. I just need to start using the light map in the is visible. That was what we were leading up to, right? This is visible right now is only looking at the ambient light. And I'm going to get rid of this combined lights by zone. Instead of doing that, we got to loop through all the lights. That's what I was planning to do today. We're getting rid of this. Instead, we're looping through first by zone, and then for every entity in the zone, we're going to see if the position is close enough. If it is, we're going to look through its map to see if the thing is lit. The other thing I was thinking about doing, I think I put it in the plan, is to have a reverse map. Map from a tile entity to the set of tiles which are illuminating it, and on which quadrants. Then that would be a more direct lookup, but require building a second map. I think I'll keep this for only if I need it to speed things up. Oops, why did I hit tab? I don't know. Back here. So this doesn't exist. We don't need to clear it. So instead of using that, we're going to loop through all of the entities, light sources in the zone. So we're doing, I guess we have to look up and see if there are any. Lights by zone, so const auto lights by zone entry is lights by zone find zone entity. So it's possible there not be any lights. Entity. If there are none, this will equal the end iterator. Lights by zone end. And then what do we do if there are no lights? I think we're just returning false right away, right? Nothing to light that spot. Otherwise, we're going to loop through all of the entities. So for auto entity or light entity in this is second. And then we'll use those as keys to this map to find the positions. Actually, this is going to loop, I was going to add the center of the light here so we can skip far away lights, but I think for the first step, we'll just go through all lights in the whole zone. So for every light in the zone, we'll see if the position we're looking at is lit by it, right? So it would be const auto lit. We'll call it lights by entity entry. Yeah, we'll need that. Lights by entity dot find light entity. Actually, I guess is it possible for a light to be in the list, but the light doesn't light anything? No, but just in case, let's just do a check because it's safe to do that, right? Yeah, we'll just have it like do a continue. If that is that dot end, continue. Otherwise, we're going to reach into that map and iterate through it. So, or not iterate, we're just looking up the position, right? So const auto, I guess we'll call it position entry, equals that second find the position. If it's not in the map, we just continue. Actually, if it's in the map where it doesn't intersect with our vision, right? Visible quadrants. Yeah, so if, similar to this, right? If it's not, oh, wait a minute, we can just shortcut to true if it's visible, right? So I can do the same thing here. If it's not the end, visible quadrants intersects with it. So that would be this second is not equal to 0. Then return true. And then we're done, right? Yep, I think so. If that works, that'd be great. That means I could run this code and see it in the test environment. I should be able to see all my lights now. If I did it right. Okay, it didn't work. Of course, it never works the first try. Okay, why would it not work? I suppose what, we could just put breakpoint here. It's gonna hit a lot of spots, isn't it? Let's see what happens. Oh, I forgot to clear all my other breakpoints. Can I go back? Back? Yeah, to here. Yeah. Restart. -2, -12. What's the call stack look like? Oh, it's looking through the entire vision map. 481 tiles that we might possibly be able to see. Right? Things that aren't blocked by the wall, basically. Language? This is C++. So that breakpoint is not going to help so much. But I suppose, why do I do a visibility check there? Yeah, that'll never be 0. I guess just in case it's 0, then we don't need to check anything. Fair enough. So this narrows it down to where it's covered by ambient light, so that's probably a good breakpoint to go to. So now we're at -2, -12. Is that in the ambient light? 25 positions. Wait a minute. Oh, these are ones outside ambient light. Got it. So what is... Oh, I forgot. That's why it doesn't work. We didn't fill this in. I forgot to do that. I am filling in the lights by entity, but not putting the entity in their zone. I forgot to do that. Lights by entity. Here, but we need to add the zone number to lights by zone. Where is the zone number? Ah, it's right here. So we can get it. So const auto zone equals that. And then the zone goes here. And then we can say lights by zone. Zone, insert, entity. There we go. Uh-oh. You mean I fail fished? Or someone else playing with skizzers? I'm a frequent fail fisher. You could say that I'm a fail fisherman. Hey look, it passed this time. That's what I like to see. All green lights. That means I can try this in the test environment. Restart the test environment. Got a whole aquarium of fail fish. That's right, playing with skizzers. I like to think of failure as learning opportunities, and I like to learn, which means I don't mind failing. I think I learn best by failing and then trying to learn from the failure. It's also a more positive way of looking at the world, is when you fail in anything, you can retrospectively come up with improvements in, if you face the same situation a second time, what could you do differently and maybe not fail, or maybe fail in a different way. And science is all about failure, right? It's all about guessing, experimenting to see if the guess is correct, and when they fail, you change your guess. As long as you understand why you failed, yeah. So understanding is all about making guesses and then checking to see if those guesses are correct or incorrect. Failing in the right way, yeah. So if you fail and you can't figure out why, yeah, I agree. So you just have to keep at it. So this is now up and running. Oh, I think it might be kind of working. Okay, it's failing in bizarre ways. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Oh, I wonder if it's failing because of that bug that I saw. So what happens if I just refresh from that position? Yeah, I think it has to do with that place our marked as to do. So we can see out here because this light is illuminating that. We can't see here because nothing is illuminating. We can see out here because that light is illuminating, right? In fact, we can see these squares because they're within our vision, and this light is illuminating it. We can't see here because there's probably a wall right there. Yep. So whenever a shift happens, we get all screwed up. I can fix that, but we'll need a unit test to describe this. So it'll be like, I think it's as simple as take this test and then move the camera once, and we should see it fall apart, right? So let's say this is light source beyond ambient light range, still visible after camera moves. So it's the same setup, right? We have a torch at 3 by 0. We put ourselves at 0, 0, and the ambient light is only 2, so we won't be able to see it. Then, after the update, we want to then move the camera. So I'll have a move the camera and then update again. So it'll be components, if I could spell correctly, components.set entity component of type position for the camera, and just change the camera position. And it doesn't really matter which direction we move, right? Oh, actually, no, we don't want to move closer because then it'll get into the ambient light range. So let's move one square in the opposite direction. So we'll move to -1, 0. And what I would expect to see is a sprite shift. And not a tile sets. As long as I cleared the feedback. Yeah, I did that here. Oh, wait. I need to move creating the camera to before the feedback is cleared. Right, because that's a setup. The act is that we move the camera. So we should see a sprite shift. And then I don't remember what components go into a sprite shift, so I gotta look it up. Oh, really? I don't even have a single test for it. Okay, so this is the general form. Sprite shift will have a delta x and y and arrays of new sprites. Yeah, so we shouldn't... should be exactly what it is, right? There should be a delta of -1, 0, with nothing added or removed. I bet the bug will be that it gets removed. It disappears because of the bug. Let's see it. Oh, that's interesting. It added one and removed one. Well, that's weird, because it added and removed the same one. Why would it add... Why would it remove the same one it's adding? Anyway, I just expected it to add it, not to... I mean, I expected it to remove it, not add it back like that. That is weird. It shouldn't have added it back. Why did it do that? Oh, we'll see it in the debugger. If you're like, why did something happen or didn't happen the way you expect, a good way to figure it out is just run it in the debugger. And I guess that would be sprites added. Search for, what was it again? New sprites. Not mu sprites, new sprites. So, there. New sprites. Oh. This is the correct code, so it will add it back. So why did it remove it? Oh, because of this. So wait a minute. It should have been visible before. Let's see what happens when we get here. Debug, please. And where am I in the call stack? I want to make sure I'm in the act section, not the arrange. Okay, I am in the act section. So what are the old camera sprites? There's one at 4, 0. And the vision? Or really, when we get down to here, what is it? The position is -3, -2. Why is it that? The heck? Oh, that's a new place we might be able to see. That's what it is. So we don't know if something is there until we get down to here. Right? Down to here. So go there. There we go. So where are we? Can I not see the position here? 3, 0. Correct. Right? Yeah, that's where the thing is, the torch. Center is negative 1, 0. Got it. But why did it think that it wasn't visible before? Oh, because we shifted. Oh, right, because these are world coordinates and these are view coordinates. So I made that change in one place but not the other. I have to convert it back to view coordinates by subtracting the center, right? I can do this. I can do it. So it's yeah, I was gonna do that so not indent so much, right? It's subtract the center, and it would be the old position, I think. The unit test will tell me if I got it right. So if that's correct, then that means there were 2 things wrong with that test after all, not just one. So it'll still fail, right? No, it's the same. Did I not build? I did build. Still failing, and still adding it. So debug and see why. Why are you adding? Yeah, why? What's in... Wait a minute, this is different, isn't it? This is a different place. Wait a minute, it's the old... Oh, we're probably in the setup part of the test, that's why. Yeah, okay, so we can just go from there. Okay, now we're in the act part. Okay, cool. So yeah, why are we getting here? What is the old sprites by position? 4, 0. That's not right. That's storing world positions in there. It shouldn't do that. I mean, it's storing view coordinates in there. It shouldn't. Should be world coordinates, right? I mean, view coordinates, not world coordinates. So what are we storing? When do we store into that thing? Here it is. Sprite positions by entry. Oh no, that's correct. Clear, clear. Where do I actually insert? Oh, it's when I call add sprite. Okay. Right, view coordinates. Wait. Then how did it get 4, 0 in there? Oh, that is a view coordinate. Ah, duh. Yeah, okay, let me do this test again. Then hit go once, right? And then we're in the act section of the test. This place here, right? This sprite by position has a 4, 0 in it, yes. Yeah, so it's 4, 0. Why is it going in here? Oh, should this be a plus? It should be a plus, not a minus. That's the mistake. I always get that backwards. Converting between view and world. If that's a view coordinate, we have to add the origin to get back to a world. Oh, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. This is backwards again. That's world coordinate. So I do need to subtract. Then I was wrong. Math is tough for me. What can I say? Run again. Okay, so the center is -1, 0. The world coordinate is 3, 0. That's correct. So that means the sprite by position is view coordinates. World is 3, 0. Wait a minute, then why is it, this was 4, 0, right? Oh, it's using old camera. It should be using new camera. Is that the problem? I think that's the problem. It needs to use new camera X. New camera Y, because we're shifted the camera. Yeah. Yep. We recalculated it so vision is taking into account the new camera position. So to get back to view coordinate in the new camera, we have to use the new camera's origin. Cool. So now that's one half of the problem. The other half is that it says it was removed, and I know what that's caused by. That's the to-do that I had in there. Oh, looks like I got a lot of to-dos. But this particular to-do, I think, is here. Right, so it's only checking the ambient light versus it should be looking at the is visible. Should be doing all this stuff. In fact, it's just this call, really, right? So this code, if that, and this is the what exactly? What's that last parameter? Visible quadrants. Oh, we have to put something in front of this, don't I? Yeah. Did I build my own engine? Kinda, sort of, Truff. So the display here, I did not do the engine behind that. I'm using Phaser.js for that. And I use a lot of libraries like React and Redux to form the front end. And then on the back end, it's mostly my engine, but it's the back end of the game only. So it's just the game logic. It's none of the display or anything like that. And the communication between the front end and the back end uses some libraries I did not write, like zlib. And for the security, I use librsSL, so I did not write those. But basically everything else I did. Yeah. What kind of game am I making? That is a great question. So it's inspired by the Ultima series. And the display here is kind of buggy, so bear with me. But I'm working on the lighting system, and you can see the lighting system has got bugs. But the Ultima series is games back from the 90s, and they were very simple top-down graphics where everything's tile-based and move up, down, left, and right. And you're moving around in a virtual world, but I'm making mine multiplayer so other people can connect in and play too. And just like those old games, it's not like high FPS, it's very low FPS, and it's mostly in the imagination. So a monster is represented by another tile. Actually, let's go back and find those monsters. They probably look weird now that the lighting is all screwed up. Where did I put the gateway back out of here? Down here? Yeah, there's some lava down there. Here's some monsters here, right? So the combat system is very basic. I would say attack to the left. You keep attacking left, and there are the health bars that appear. Okay, I won. I lost some health there. There's some money. I could go pick it up if I didn't have full inventory. And, you know, they can fight back. The game logic is driven by scripts and code in the backend server, and the front end is basically just relaying information on what to show. Display bugs galore. Working on display bugs today. So, yeah, that's basically it. RPG, top-down 2D. With lots of bugs right now that I'm trying to fix. Okay. Right, so we just looked at the ambient set before. Now we want to, I guess we're looking at the vision. If it's within the vision map and this is all true, then add it, right? Oh no, if it's not. So if it's no longer visible or it's not lit anymore. Yeah, so we don't need this anymore. So it would be, turn this to a not, right? Actually, no, I would search it first. I'd have to say, if it's, we have to find it first. So const auto vision entry is old camera vision find that position. Because if it's found, then it still might not be visible. It might not be lit from the side that we're seeing. Hey there, Postal Rat. How about a spell to detect monsters that are out of visual range or being able to visual sounds? Yeah, definitely. And hello there, develop it. Wanted to ask how you're doing, but using the word bug and don't know what it means. Feature, develop it. Sorry, feature. I'm working on features. Yeah, definitely. Well, right now the vision is based purely on light sources, like your own, you know, what you can see nearby, and then if there are any lights nearby. But yeah, we'll also have, if your vision can change if you use a spell or potion or something. Right now the normal vision is blocked by obstacles, but you can envision it as if you cast a special spell, the vision equation might change so that you could see through some kinds of walls. Or maybe you'd see through everything, but you'd only see things that have special attributes. So you might see where monsters are, but you might not see what the terrain around them looks like. Stuff like that. That doesn't change the core mechanical computations much. It just changes some of the conditions. Like this is visible would be conditional, right? Right now is visible says, is it lit and does the light intersect the vision? So if we change it to like detect by, like detect enemy or something, then is visible would be, is it an enemy and is it within the certain radius, right? Okay, so we can say if a vision entry, if it's not visible anymore, will camera vision end. I guess then otherwise it's or, right? Because all these conditions are when do we remove the thing? If it's no longer visible, or I guess this becomes reversed, right? Not the default zone and not visible anymore. And this is vision entry second. Then remove it. I think that fixes it, but I don't know for sure. I always get this stuff wrong the first few times. This is why I have unit tests. Let's try it again. Where is it? There it is. Oh, it worked that time. Cool. So let's try it in the test environment, and then we'll see if I missed something else. So you just iterate this process until I run out of features to change. Did I go to school for programming? A little bit. Most of it's self-taught, though. You'd be surprised how much you learn just going and working at a job where they want you to know things. Yeah, well, I have a slight advantage where I see the chat right away. Sorry, Skizzers. Oh, no, wait, you got to me first. Okay, you get a point then. I should have just let you answer it. Yeah, you beat me. For some reason, I thought I beat you, but I'm now looking back and yeah, you got there first. Yeah, so I learned a little bit from classes, but at the time, like I'm older, so back when I was in like high school and college, programming school classes weren't that advanced. They basically just taught you C and Java or whatnot, but not a whole lot of programming things. More what they taught were like algorithms and data structures. So when I got my first job, it's like, oh, here's a whole bunch of more things that are industry specific that you need to learn. And so I quickly got inundated and like climbed that steep learning curve on the job and ended up learning quite a bit more programming, just working with other people's programs and then trying to, basically challenges like write a program to demonstrate this voice encoder. And then I have to understand what is a voice encoder, how does it work, and how would I demonstrate it, how would I test it. And a lot of looking up similar programs, looking at other people's code, and then just asking someone more experienced to help me out. I guess the equivalent of that today would be if you're working by yourself, you look it up in Stack Overflow if you don't know how to do it, right? Ooh, this looks like it might... Oh, no, we still have problems. It was good until I moved, right? So if I refresh the camera, that is making a nice illumination. This tells me that there's a light somewhere over here. This tells me there's a light there. But the moment I moved, what happened? I think the ambient light is not being calculated correctly. Let me move away from all light sources for a second. There's a light source there, but it's getting all corrupted. It's like it's stuck up here. It's like we're still dealing with problems with the coordinate system. Hey, look at that. So the moment I move, the coordinate system's getting all screwed up. You died and chose to respawn in a safe place. The screen is black. Uh-oh. Oh, did I ever test that? Hold on, let me rescue you, lazy guru. Find out where you are. Let's find out where lazy guru is. It shouldn't be black. You're in town next to, I can show you that. You're in town next to this, well. Why is the screen black? I don't know why it's black. What if you refresh or you move a little bit? Or I can move you, I guess. There, I'm moving you around. The screen would be black. Why? If there's a bug in the rendering system that I haven't found yet. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Tried moving, that didn't do anything. Still black? Did your camera get... No, your camera's correct. You're at server 2, client 5. I can't show this screen. Yeah, so the camera is correct. I don't know. Maybe you found a bug. Yeah, well, what happens if I move you... Okay, so you just reloaded. I saw that. If I do a fetch now, you're on client number 3 on server 1. Okay, so it's probably a bug. Let me put that in here. So, bug. Teleporting back to town. The screen will go black. Probably in the rendering system, right? We'll have to look at that. But let me give you a point in compensation for your temporary blindness. Alright, well, what would cause this weird problem here? Let me try to think what would cause this. If I move one left, and then right. Oh, I think I know what it is. The ambient light map is not moving. Right? But the vision is... Yeah, we need to recalculate the ambient light every time we move. That's probably not being done. I would probably see that if I saw ambient. Where do we calculate the ambient light? Oh, thank you for that follow. We calculate the ambient light if we call this calculate camera and vision lighting. What do we call that? We call that when we're making the initial feedback and whenever we shift. Okay, I do recalculate it there. Well, that's weird. So every time I move, it should be recalculating it. Yeah, it should throw away the old one and create a new one with the new camera position. Okay, just to test this out, let me go back to the default zone. Or really, actually, there's an easier thing I can do. I could show this. From the GM's point of view, right? I can go to that lighting test entity and change the light to, what's the max range? I should calculate that, because that's good to know. Max something, right? I thought I would see it right away. Oh, here it is. 9 by 7. So some quick math tells me 9 times 9 plus 7 times 7 square root. Is square root not a standard thing? And I lost the buffer. 9 times 9 plus 7 times 7. Okay, I must have screwed it up before anyway. And then I want the square root of that. How come I'm not seeing it? Square root. 11. 11. Update. And then if I move, now the ambient light, everything should be lit. And everything is not lit. That didn't really help. Let's put it back to 4. Actually, let's put it to 0. And there's no ambient light. And then it's all external light sources. Okay, so it's not just ambient light. There's something else going on. I think it's the coordinate systems are still confused. Yeah. You gonna monetize the game? If and when I get enough content in the game that people want to play it, then I'll probably start to monetize it as I add new areas in the game, you might have to pay to unlock them. But I want to make enough of the game free so that you can get a chance to play and see if you like it or not. And if you don't like it, you didn't have to pay anything. You don't charge $100 a month. Only happens if you respawn in place after respawning in place. That's weird. Okay. Yeah, so I don't have enough content in the game to justify like doing any kind of monetization yet. It's in the sprite shift, right? Because this is all correct. If I like move down and then refresh, it's fixed, right? Yeah. In fact, if I move to the other side of that little barrier, the vision map will be correct, right? When I reload. Yeah, so the coordinate systems are okay. I'm way off 0, 0 now, and it still looks good if I refresh, right? Yeah. So it has to do with the shift. What do we do when we shift, right? That's this update all cameras, I believe. Right, this is if we move too far away, then just restart. Otherwise, we're shifting. And we haven't updated any maps yet. So it's all in here. All the problems are. Why am I doing that again? Oh, this is if we do go to a different zone. And this check here is if we move too far away in the same zone. Okay. Why are we clearing those maps now? This might be part of the problem. Okay, I'm 2.5 hours in. I have like an hour and a half more time allocated. Okay, erase. What is this code doing here? This is looping through all of the entities that we could see before. Oh, okay. It's saying if it moved outside of where we could possibly see it, it removes it. Otherwise, it shifts it over. I think this is part of the problem. It's just assuming we could still see it, right? Then we recompute vision and lighting. And we go through our vision map. And what is this saying? Maybe look, let me look at this more closely. Making progress? A little bit, Cthulhu. So lights are appearing, and it works if you reload. So I turned off ambient light, so it's only these light sources, and we can see the lit areas of the map. But when I start moving, it collapses. It kind of goes into funky weirdness. Where it's almost working, but then like it's like that light became invisible, and like yeah, it just gets really wonky. So it's some bug in the game feedback when you shift your position. So it all collapses, and because refreshing gets the correct view again. Trying to figure out why. Once I figure out why, then I think I'll be done with static lighting. I'll have to handle things moving around though. Yeah, this is shifting things in our map. Sprite positioned by entity. And these were I wonder if these are world or view coordinates. Maybe that's the problem. These were view coordinates, weren't they? I looked this up a little bit ago. Yeah, view coordinates. Okay. So these are in view coordinates. That's why we have to shift them, because we moved the camera and it did not move. We moved. We have to shift it because they're view coordinates, not world coordinates. Makes sense to me now. So we shift everything in our view space, recompute our lighting, and then for everything that we can see that's not blocked by a barrier, we see, well, is there anything there that we could see before? If not, I guess this is saying if there wasn't anything there. Wait a minute, no, this is wrong. I think this is wrong here. Oh, this means we couldn't see anything there before. We couldn't see anything before, and the place is visible, then add anything that's there now. So let me see, did I get the coordinates correct here? This position is world coordinates. So convert to view coordinates. And this is, again, world coordinates, right? Position, X, Y, yeah, world coordinates. And world coordinates, yes. Convert back to view coordinates, okay. So the new sprites should work? But I was seeing stuff disappear and but not reappear, right? Right, it disappeared and it's not reappearing, even though I should be able to see it. Yeah. I guess I could look at the details here. Be helpful if I was in a smaller area. I can fix that by going to that test area and drawing a little wall around everything. Go. So let's draw some walls. Let's just play with that one light source for now. So we will kind of close off the area here, so we can't escape. And because I haven't not handling it yet, we didn't update our vision map when those get added. But if I refresh, they should become invisible. Yeah. So if I move down, it is somehow removing it. So we can look at what happens when I move down from here, right? Moving down. Here's the message I get. And let me make sure you guys can see it too. It basically removed a bunch of sprites. And one of them was probably 8286. Yeah. So it got removed for some reason. The question would be why. We have direct line of sight to it, and yet it went dark. Why? So it's not in this add, it's in this remove somehow. So, sprites by position. Thought we cleared that one. Yeah, we cleared it. Does it get filled again? I'm confused. Huh. You were able to reproduce it with just a regular respawn. You died a bunch of times, and after several respawns, it would give you a black screen and you would have to refresh. Okay. Hey there, JNet. How are you doing? The Lazy Guru, thank you for testing that. I think if you can reproduce it pretty easily, I'll be able to do the same. So yeah, I'll put that. It's already in the list of things to look at, right? So I will try to reproduce that. But let me take your notes and add it in case I need them. And I don't think it's that you're not very good. I think it's that it's not tuned very well. So don't worry about that. I'm not dropping frames, am I? Okay. State related to their entity. The only thing different between their entity and mine would be the number, and the camera component is added to the same entities. It shouldn't matter. The number does not important. It's just as long as the camera is tied to the character, and then the camera has the correct connection ID, which is the first thing I checked for Lazy Guru. The camera's server and client numbers were correct. So that means Lazy Guru's client should have been given the messages about what to draw on the screen. So I have no idea why it wasn't. It might be, you know, it might be in a lot of I'm changing that code that does that. So it could be that the bug just gets fixed by my work here today. Who knows? The bug might get worse by what I'm doing here. Oh, we end up inserting it back down here, don't we? Okay, it's the new position, right? Right, it's the shifted position. Right, so essentially we're rebuilding this map. This is a map, right? Yeah, map. We're rebuilding that map from this map. No. Wait. This one. This one is being used to rebuild this one. Okay. So we're looping through all of them. Positions are in what coordinate system? It would be view coordinates. Oh yeah, then why am I subtracting the camera? Shouldn't I be adding? Oh wait a minute, no, this position is world. Right, so that's converting it back to view coordinates. And this is the other way around. View coordinates back to world coordinates. Look at it in the vision map. Oh, these are not world coordinates. That's the problem. We need to add. It's a coordinate system problem. The thing is, do I feel like making a unit test for that? I mean, I guess I could. I don't wanna though. Okay, how about this? If that's the bug, then I'll make a unit test to capture that. So, well, let me mark this specially. Say, what it used to be didn't have that in there, right? Was this? If the bug was this, if this was a bug or a feature, make a unit test to catch it. I just don't know if that's what it was. Because it's much more quick right now to just see if it was by restarting this. And then if it was, I can make a unit tests to prevent regressing back to that. Yeah, this is about as hard as I thought it would be this morning. Looks easier than it is, I guess. Well, not even 3 hours, yeah. All right. Hey, look, it didn't disappear. The wall disappears, though. I can see the wall, and I move up, and when I move down, the wall disappears. Why is that? Is it the moving down that makes it disappear? Yes. Hey there, Sponged. The almighty Sponge is here. How are you doing? I am doing okay, although I'm getting a little bit frustrated with this. That wall is sometimes not showing up for me. And sometimes disappearing. Isn't that weird? That's weird. What would cause that? Just got home after a long day? Welcome home. Let me remind myself about the shape of this room. Okay, the shape of the room looks like that. Would it help to change the light back to 1, maybe? I can look 1 square away. It's like there's a lag, I think. I think that's what it is. There's a lag in the, is it the vision? Because if I move, like, left and then I move up and down, it fixes the horizontal part of that map. Yeah, it's like there's like a 1-step lag in one of these map calculations. So that means there's more than one bug, I think, because this wouldn't cause the lag. Okay, when we shift, what do? We compensate for the shift in that map. This is then recalculating all the lighting and vision from the new positions, right? Not using the old positions anymore, but the new ones. Make sure about that. The new is the old plus the delta. Camera X is what? Where it's been moved now. Right. Not where it was. Okay. It's where it is now. I'm going to assume for now that works, because that's what we also use when we refresh. So that means this vision map is updated now. And we're comparing updated positions in view coordinates. So world minus the new camera center is the view coordinate, a new view coordinate. I mean, literally, it's removing that. It should draw it here. It's removing one and then not adding another one is the problem, right? So it's both the add and the remove are delayed. It's like, let me confirm that. So if I refresh, what entity is that? It's entity 7842. So if I move to the left, (7842) has been removed, right? And it also should have added 7835, and it didn't add that. It only added 5 other ones. So it's both the add and the remove are broken. So this add is also broken. Oh, wait a minute, no. It removed it prematurely and did not add the... Wait a minute. It didn't add the dirt. It didn't shift the dirt. The dirt we were on was that one, and it removed it, right? No. That's weird. Did it shift? So why did it disappear? Hold on. Now I'm confused again. 7835 is not on the old list? Oh, there. No, it's removed. So both the dirt and the wall next to it were removed somehow. As if it was blocked. Gotta go to work? Okay. Have fun at work, Cthulhu. As much fun as you can. Bleh. Yeah, I know how it goes. Make the best of it, though. Try to make the best of it. So if I move left, the dirt and the wall next to it both vanish. Why? So it's prematurely removing things. So it's still in this code here. That's the problem is still here, right? Hey there, Mr. Muffles. Yeah, Wednesday, today I shifted my schedule because I got stuff in the morning now. Well, yeah, how are you doing, Mr. Muffles? By the way, anybody who hasn't seen Mr. Muffles stream should check it out. He's developing what I like to call a Metroidvania style game in Unity. Top notch. Morning? Is it morning for you, Remaining Hate? I guess it would be, right? How is your morning? I guess for you it would be Thursday morning, right? 2 a.m.? What the heck? Oh yeah. That would be UTC plus 2. So for people getting up in the morning are probably over in Japan, right? Or Australia. My geography is not so good. If you happen to be in the EU right now, it's very late. And then, why are you up so late? There's something wrong in this code here. What is it? So we're going to add... See, these things got into this list here, right here. This old sprites list, 7835 and 7842. These entries got added when they shouldn't have been. So we got into here with entities that should still have been visible. Why? I guess it would be if it doesn't show up in the vision list anymore, or if it's not visible anymore, given the ambient light, given the world position, given the vision of it. Plus 10 from me. You're plus 7 and Y. Let's plus 7 from New York, right? Or what does NY stand for? Yeah, you would be in UTC plus 2 if it's 2 a.m. No, UTC plus 3. Right, yeah. Where's UTC plus 3? Ah, that's okay, I don't need to look it up now. That's like, is that Germany, Austria, that area of the planet? Plus 3, yeah. I just don't see anything wrong here. This makes sure that we should be able to see it. If we can't see it in 2 cases, it's no longer in the vision map, or we're not in the default zone and it's not visible given the camera's ambient light and other light sources. So we check that. These are all world coordinates, right? World coordinates. I added X, X, Y, Y. Okay, I don't see anything obviously wrong. Maybe I do need to make a unit test for this. I think I will. I will make a unit test for this because it'll help me figure out what's going on. Germany is UTC plus 2. Let me see if I can reduce this down to the bare minimum. So let me draw some more walls. Let's draw some more walls. Walls, please. GM. So, wall right here. Yeah, there we go. So just in a small walled off area, I guess it won't even matter, but let me just to make sure, set the ambient light higher. Yeah, so the wall disappears, essentially. Even though we should be able to see it, like I reload and it should be there. Yeah. So the wall disappears. The wall we're standing next to disappears. That's the simplest case I can make. Oh, let's make a unit test. Wall disappears when we move away from it. Right? I guess would be rendering, yeah. Okay. Wall should not disappear when we move away from it. Wall should not disappear when we move away from it. So we make a zone and we'll make that sufficiently high so we should still see the wall. Then we have a wall, which is visibility 1. We don't need light. And so this is wall, right? At let's offset the coordinate. Actually, what coordinates are we using here? 4, 1. So that means the wall's at 4, 2. 5, 1, I mean. Wall's at 5, 1, and the camera's at 4, 1. 4, 1. And then we move the camera to 3, 1, right? Yeah. 3, 1. And we should see a shift of 1 and nothing either added or removed. There we go. Romania? Is that why you're named Romania, Hate? Do you really hate where you are? Or is it, does hate mean something else? Oh, there's the bug. It got removed. The wall got removed and it shouldn't have. So I can then put a breakpoint and see what the heck is going on here. Where are my breakpoints? Remove it. And then it would be right here, right? It gets here somehow. So debug. There we go. I try not to hate things anymore. I used to say I hated things, but really, it's either not understand or not agree with or not enjoy. But hate is a really strong word. The way you test and assert things in code, fascinating. Well, thank you, Mr. Muffles. I just try to understand what the heck is going on. I think I just get lucky a lot of the time. Okay, here are the sprites. 20 is our view coordinates of that wall, right? So it should still stay visible. What's the position? 20 and the camera 41. That's the old. Oh, wait a minute. That's the old position of the camera. That's the old position, not the new position. I think that's the problem. So it is going to. Yep, that's it. It's not visible. Yep, it's using the new vision map, the old coordinates. I was tripped up by the fact that it's the old camera. I really shouldn't call it old camera. That was screwing me up. Can we just call it camera? Just call old camera camera. And not, like, confuse myself by calling it old. Camera. Actually, and to reinforce that those are the old positions, we have new camera X, new camera Y. I'm going to calculate old camera X is camera.x, and then old camera Y is camera Y. And then wherever we find that, we'll replace it with old camera X. Actually, we don't need old camera X. It's always new camera X, isn't it? And then new camera Y. Yeah, I never needed the old camera X and Y. Oh, that helps. What in tarnation is HPP? It's a header for a C++ program. It's just a convention. A lot of people just have it .h for header file. It's just pulling in definitions so that you can link to C++ modules together. I use HPP so that I don't ever get tempted to include it from a C module. Because a C module will throw a fit as soon as it sees something like the word namespace. And you could make it more universal and work with C if you had C bindings for your classes, but that's way more than I need. All right, so you know what would be cool is if that just made the test pass, but I don't know, let's see. Ooh, it did. It just made the test pass. Is that the bug then? There's still the to-do about the other bug though. Right? Or did I cut that out by accident? Yeah, this one. I should mark that to-do. So I should probably make a unit test to recreate that because that was a bug before. Magic! I like these emotes I'd never seen before. Alright. Restart the server. If this works, then I'm down to one bug I did not make a regression test for, which is this one. And I should do my due diligence and make one. So now that I'm on Wednesday, when I am streaming, it's during a different time slot. There might be a lot of people who haven't seen this before, so I should give like a little intro, just in case. There might be people stopping by who haven't seen this before. I'm working on a game. It's a multiplayer RPG. And this is a little test area that we're playing around with, but here's another couple test areas. There's going to be elements of combat and discovery. It's inspired by the old Ultima games. So it's very simple graphics, something that I, as not being a very good artist, can still do. The animation is very simple. Particle effects are very simple. It's going to be story-driven, so you'll talk to NPCs, and there will be a dialogue system where you can ask them certain topics that are either common topics or you might discover through other dialogues. And, you know, follow the breadcrumbs kind of thing. Discovering new areas of the world, discovering secrets, all kinds of different objectives in the game. I want to have it appeal to a wider audience. And so multiplayer implies that, yes, there will be areas of the game which will be too difficult for you to solo. You'll need to team up and battle them together. Also, people have asked for player versus player, and I can oblige that. So there might be areas in the game where you can attack other players. I just saw something that shouldn't happen. I know why it happened, but yeah, the bugs distract me. Anyway, if you have any questions about this, let me know. The game is in two parts. There's a front end and the back end. Because it's multiplayer, the game is run on a back end server. It's mostly in C++, but with some Lua scripts. And they look like this, for example, like when you are given an item, there will be a call to create an entity in the game. And in general, an item has two entity components. This is entity component system, which you could look up if you're curious how that kind of thing works. It's a way to keep track of data in a game in a loose, data-driven way rather than object-oriented. So an item component gives the item its name and how much damage it does when it hits, that kind of thing. And then the tile component says how to draw the thing when it's in the world. And together they form an item entity. And you find this entity amongst all the other things in the world by its identifier. So once we get an identifier, that'll be this variable. We then call another function to give the player entity the item entity. And that script looks like this, where we get the player's inventory, find a free slot, then we tell the game we want to modify the player's component to change the inventory, the items. And if there was no free slot, then we call another script to, do something with the item. Right now, either destroy it or drop it on the ground. Right now, we're just leaking it. I don't really care. It's a test environment. So you have two ECS, one for front, one in back. No, it's all one ECS, and it's in the back end. The front end is really just a dumb client. All it does is display what the back end tells it to display. So the fact that these are all entities, it's just a coincidence. The front end is told to draw sprites, and these sprites they happen to have the same identifiers as the entities from which the sprites are drawn. But yeah, even when you move the camera, how to shift the view is all driven by the back end. The front end is just JavaScript, HTML, and CSS files that are loaded. They're all static, so they're loaded from S3, which is a simple storage solution from Amazon's cloud computing environment. And the JavaScript part is the most important part, I think, of the front end, and that's what's using through libraries, using WebGL to draw the graphics, and through React to interact with the user through all these different buttons and stuff, right? But everything in the front end client is mostly just a request for the game to do something. The game has to go do it and then respond back that it was done. Updating is based on incremental updates? Yes. I can show you the incremental updates, actually. It's kind of fun to watch. In fact, I will do it with the shell here. So I'll just go to the game where it's staged and just tail-f the games.journal. And you can see as mostly it's these NPCs wandering around, but every time they move positions, components are being modified. Here I'll hit Control-C so you can see. It's a component type NPC, and it's the modifying that NPC to change its cooldown, so its movement cooldown. And then after the movement is, it's two parts, right? They move, and then their movement cooldown is reset. So it's two modifications to the game. But yeah, anything that happens to the game, like a particle gets generated, that's an event. And it goes into a sequential journal called the log, that's replicated across the different servers that are that keep the game running. And when they are successfully replicated by all the servers, then another part of the server called the coordinator figures out, should I tell the client anything about this? So, for example, if you're near enough for this particle effect, these coordinates, you happen to be in that same zone, and then this particle gets fired in that zone, it'll say, oh, well, hey, you, go draw that particle. And the front end takes care of drawing the little thing that arcs across the screen. And that's how it's done. Hey there, Protopoly. Yeah, so everything from logging in to moving your character to picking up a weapon to everything is a log entry, also called a command to the game to change the game's state. And the more people that are playing and the more that's going on in the game, the more rapidly this log will rotate. I think in the production server, we're up to like 10 million commands executed or some crazy number. Is broker the right word? Probably. Yeah. Let me wave to Protopoly. Hey there. Yeah. So, I was gonna see if my vision system is fixed. If this is fixed, then the mountains won't disappear. Oh, look at that, it's fixed. Maybe we can open up those mountains a little bit. So, go to the lighting test, and we will draw away the. Because there's gonna be one more bug where when I remove that, it still won't draw anything till I move again, and then it draws them. You know, I think I might have fixed it. So let's remove more of these mountains. All of them? Actually, I don't remember what barriers I had. I had barriers of different shapes and sizes here for testing purposes. How about we go with that? Cool. So I open up the wall. I think I fixed it. I think we're good now. So the idea is that there's some ambient light level. I should probably reduce it a little bit. What zone is this? 7749. My tools aren't really complete. I have to still do some stuff manually like this to change the ambient light level. So now, without any light, I can see 2 squares away, right? So I can see these areas because they're being lit by light sources. And that's what I was aiming at the whole time. Cool. I think it's working. So as we move around that light, we can still see it and what it lights, and we can see near ourselves, but we can't see the dark areas between until we get close enough. And if we move on the other side of the wall, we can't see the wall because the side of the wall we can see is not lit. And we can see around there because why? Because we can see around this corner. There's like, the rules I have in place are you can see all of this area here, sort of like looking around the corner, unless you're like, it has to do with the delta x and versus delta y, whether or not you can see around the corner there. Maybe not the most perfect rules, but that's the rules I have. Build it, ship it, profit. I want to make a unit test for the case I... Oh, is there a bug there? No, it makes sense that we wouldn't see the mountain there until I move to the left, and now I can see around the corner, right? But we can see that there's something lighting that area there. Yeah. Cool. I think this is good. Kind of weird how you can obviously tell that there's a light somewhere, but it's behind something that you can't see until you get close enough. It's like, oh, there's a wall, but there must be a light on the other side of it. And it's like, yep, there's a light. I like it. I'm just hoping that it's not too low performance now, because it's doing a lot of calculation every time I move, right? This area is not lit at all. I wonder if I should put a light in the dead end that I had up there. All right, let's make a copy of this light to there. Right, so we can see that there's something back there. But if I go around to the other side, we should not see it leak through the wall there at all. Yep. Cool. So the light is illuminating the inside, and we can't see that until we are on the correct side of it. Nice. There's a light that never goes out. Yeah. Cool. I'm really happy that I got that fixed, but I want to make a unit test for this thing. Let me think about how, if instead of that we had that, the problem is right now none of my unit tests fail, right? Actually, I added a unit test since, so maybe it will fail, and that will work. No. So they all pass even though this is a problem. So I need to make a unit test that fails with that code. And this has to do with using the wrong coordinate system, right? So I need to think about what coordinates would cause this to fail. It fails if we're removing something we shouldn't remove, right? And I guess we can, if we made it off by 1, that might work, right? How would this, what would this look like? one position that's visible, another one that's not, because of a wall in the way, maybe? And have the camera be set, the camera, like, let's just do the x coordinate only. Let's say the new camera x was 2. And if we don't add 2, then we're looking in world space 2 to the left of where we should. Right? So something that should be visible is not, because there maybe is a wall in the way. Let me see if I can recreate this in my virtual graph paper that I found. Erase everything. So if we're here, and that's 0, 0. Actually, we're saying that it's 0, 2, right? What? I can't draw over that? That's weird. I guess I gotta start over. 0, 1, 2, 0. And if we're there, that's the camera position. And hey, they're meme clear bombs. So something that would be off by 2 because of the camera being off would be what? If I put maybe a wall here. This is visible, but this is not visible, right? That be the right way to do this? And this happens on a shift, so it would be like if I moved left 1 square. If I moved, can I draw that? Move to there? Not much I can do with this virtual graph paper. I don't like this as much as I thought I did. There's a wall there. And if this is a no and that's a yes. No, the other way around. You can see that, but you can't see that. Right? Then this was 3, 4, and 5. I think that's the test I want. So if we move left, it would maybe remove that square because it would actually look up. Or did I get it backwards? I think I got it backwards. But I could just reverse the sign to fix it, right? So if I put a wall there, can't see there, but can see there, that's -1. So if I move to the right, doesn't matter which way, right? It would say, can we see this square? But instead of passing it the position 1, it would pass -1 because it's not adding 2, right? So I think that's what I want. I want a wall to the left and check to see if the square between us and the wall stays visible when we move to the right. Okay, I think that's right. You guys let me know if I don't have it right. Okay, so ground in front of wall should not disappear when we move away from it. Yeah. So I need to have 2 different tiles, ground and wall, right? Ground is visible through it. Wall blocks visibility. We'll have a wall at, what did I say, 0, 0. And we'll have, that's tile 2, and then we'll have a piece of ground next to it at 1, 0. That's tile 1. And then place the camera at 2, 0. Then move it to 3, 0. What's the ambient light? 3? Yes, so we should still see it. So nothing should change, right? So just a shift of 1 and no tiles, no sprites added or removed, right? Let's see if I got it right. Yay, I got it right. In fact, it removed the wall also. Interesting. So let me confirm that putting this back in fixes the bug. And then we'll call it a day as far as this code is concerned. Can a user see the client socket IDs of other users? No. Not unless I leaked that screen on stream, but even if you saw the ID, the ID is never used client side. It's only used server side to map. There's a map between client ID and WebSocket object, which ultimately holds the TCP socket, which is used to communicate with the client. So the ID only has meaning on the server side and is not visible on the client side. You should never see it on the client side. Like in these messages that we were showing, you'll never see the client ID. The most you'll see is the login token, whether or not you're logged in, but it should never tell you your client ID. Never ever. And if you send it, that has no meaning. Yeah, so the way it's protected is whenever you send through the WebSocket, like get my tickets, it's receiving that message on a certain WebSocket, and it says, well, which client is this WebSocket? And then it says, oh, that's client 3. So you never have to identify yourself once you've been authenticated, because just your connection is your key, I guess you could say. Your session state is your WebSocket connection. So the only way you could get to someone else's data is if you're a GM, which is a different authentication mechanism that uses a private public key. So if someone were to somehow get a hold of my private key, they could be a GM. And hopefully I've never leaked that. Pretty sure I haven't. But the only other way you could, what was I saying? The GM can access other clients' data, but I make sure that every command that you can send as a non-GM client it only affects your data. I did on 5.1. Did I reveal the production private key for the GM? Or was it the test key? See, you have to be, if it's localhost, it's all test keys. Production, though, I should never reveal them. I can look back at those streams and see. If that's true, I'll just have to regenerate a new private key. But yeah, if someone ever did log in and wasn't me, I would see that in the logs also. I don't think it's happened. Oh, you're joking? No, not a problem. Joking is fine, but I do need to be extra careful. Every streamer should do this. Be very careful not to leak stuff on stream, like private keys, OAuth tokens, that kind of thing, unless they're just for testing, which is one reason why we have this test environment. I don't mind you seeing this token, because it's utterly worthless unless you happen to be like on my computer right now. And even if you screwed up my test environment, so what? I don't use real passwords. It's always chickens for my password when it's local. Anyway, that's good. I was like, oh, right. I'm distracted. I was going to see if that fixed the test, right? Perfect. So that's the regression test there. We're ready to check it in. Some stuff, like the fact that chicken is the password I use locally, it's worthless info, though. Am I making you guys hungry by saying chickens? Chickens. That's right. Chicken, if you had to eat meat, chicken is one of the more healthier meats. If you disconnect, do you reconnect? Yes. When you log in and you say remember me, let me show that. Log out, right? When you say remember me, I'll show you what that does. Hold on, this should be safe, but let me look at it off stream for a little bit. Let me try this off stream. Extra careful here. Yeah, okay, I can show that. So, hold on. Log out. So there is this thing called local storage. And I know it's not the most secure. And the even more secure would be HTTP only cookies. But that if I use that, it would require that I have two different servers, one for authentication and then the second one which just deals with the cookie. But when you log in and you say remember me, it will put into your local storage this token. And then that is used when you refresh. It's going to send that token directly to there. This same token shows up there. And that token only works right now for the same client IP address as an extra precaution. So let's say man in the middle saw this token. It's very unlikely because this whole thing is encrypted with SSL already, but let's say they got a handle of it. They still couldn't use it unless they were able to impersonate your IP address. And then at that point, it's like, you have a man in the middle who can look like your IP address. There's not much I can do. Thank you for that follow. You're trying to make a turn-based game and you're new to sockets. Okay. WebSockets are really cool, especially if it's over TLS or SSL, so it's WSS, because the security is all handled. Everything is encrypted as long as you make sure your certificate is good. No one has the key that you use to generate your certificate and all that. And the channel is just back and forth messages, and if you do something like JSON messages, then the built-in developer tools in Chrome are really good at helping you parse them. So I can look at arrays, and I can look at specific elements in an array and pick out the fields that I want. Really, really super convenient. So, and the WebSocket protocol is really easy. It's just you're upgrading an HTTP request, so now it's bidirectional, and either side can just send a text message or a binary message or whatever. Even WP2 can be cracked. That is true because you can brute force the key, right? So that's why for RSA you use very large keys that are over 1,000 bits, so that it takes longer than 5 minutes. But also that's why you throw in things like nonces and other numbers that rotate and change, so that it becomes a lot more expensive to crack it. But yeah, nothing is uncrackable. It's just a matter of time and energy and effort required. My stuff is as secure as SSL, which is, I think it's a 1024 RSA key. Can you enable certain number of logins before lockout? Yeah, I have certain precautions in there. Like if someone starts trying to brute force guess the password, there's two things in there. It will start requiring there's three now. It'll start requiring that you pass a CAPTCHA check. The second one is if the frequency is too high, it'll put you on a ban list temporarily for your IP address just to kind of back off so that you can't connect at all for another minute. The third thing is now we added this second factor authentication. So you can enable an authenticator now. If you have Google Authenticator or Authy, you can use this QR code or this manual entry into your authenticator to have so that you not only need to know someone's password, but you need to have their authenticator as well, which has its own security precautions, like the 6-digit code that your authenticator shows. If someone takes a snapshot of that a few times, they can crack your secret key because it's only like 80 bits long. It's mostly just another time-based rotating random thing to make it a lot more difficult for them to break in. So, and also I have minimum password strength requirements. It's set pretty low, but I can raise it up. So if you tried to set your password to Hunter 2, it would say your password's too weak. Please pick a different one. In fact, I think I already have that in there now. If I do, let's try this. So if I do log out and I do new account and I say I want to be spammer123, password is 123. Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. That's true. I did turn that off. Why did I turn that off? Is that just for testing? Yeah, permit new accounts in the test environment. Okay, 123. Yeah, this password is not strong enough for this site. Please choose another. So I've considered raising that up. There's a balance though. If it's too high, it annoys your users, and so they won't even try to play your game. They're like, I don't want to come up with a longer password. But if it's too permissive, then someone will type in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the next time they try to play, someone will have hijacked their account and spammed the chat with bad words, which happens. Chickens. I'm not completely done with this because there are some things that I can show you are still wrong, right? So if I break this wall, it's black. Shouldn't be black though, right? I should have seen through the wall. If I put the wall back, I can still see through the wall until I move, right? Now I can't see anymore. So that has to do with I probably won't get to it today, but the work after doing this is we need to adjust the vision map and also the light maps whenever things get moved around or added or removed. I haven't done that yet. You just generate all your passwords, so yeah, it may not be commonplace. Yeah, when we move to getting rid of passwords entirely and using just everyone's used to using some stronger form of authentication, then it won't be a problem as much. But I guess a step towards that is something like a password manager generator that makes really strong passwords, and then we're not using Hunter 2 everywhere, right? I should say that I'm not nowhere near a security expert. Hopefully I know enough to get by and not like be an embarrassment, but I know a little bit because I've had to learn some of these things. Fisher 2, yeah. Fingerprint plus some random movement. It could also be hardware tokens. Have you heard of this stuff? Trezor. There's also YubiKey. Strong authentication. So it's like a USB dongle you plug in. And yeah, they should be paying me, right? This is something you keep on your keychain and actually has a private RSA key in it, and acts like an authenticator, but does an extra level of encryption on top of that using the private key. And I'm probably going to support that in my game as well for people who want that next level up of security. Also, I've read about this Trezor thing. It has the same kind of thing. But I think it's also used for cryptocurrency, but it has the same thing. It's got a private key inside, so you can use it for authentication. You give out the public key when you register your account somewhere, and then through their API or whatnot, you can construct signed challenges, and the Trezor or the YubiKey will give you a signed answer to the challenge to prove that you have the key. And you can't replay it because they use nonces, and you can't steal the key because it's high-level encryption and the private key is burned into the device and then you can't find it anywhere else. So I want to support that at some point. Okay, I was going to check this in, right? Oh, I didn't check in any of the work from yesterday. That's why this stuff is there in the first place. Huh, okay. This is all new code. It's like there never was a bug. I mean, a feature. Cool. All right, so this is basically adding light sources to the game. But it's still a work in progress because the light sources can't move, otherwise we get weird things happening. So work in progress, adding light sources. So track vision and ambient light separately. Track the collections of tiles lit by light sources, and then on sprite feedback, use the light maps and visibility of the camera to manage what can and can't be seen. And then not yet done. This is a note mostly for myself. Not yet done. Light maps are not updated if the light source moves. Light sources move. Also, I don't think light maps are not added or removed if lights are added or removed. They're only cached once, and then if barriers are added, moved, or removed, the visible sprites are not, well, it's just the vision and light maps are not updated. There we go. So all that goes together in that one big commit. How am I doing on type? 330? Past my start point? Let me see what chat I missed. So your thumb as the first axis and random swipe as second. Oh, like the token generator. Yeah, that's another way to do it, is if you had a secure channel, and Steam does this too, right? They consider email to be secure. Some places consider SMS to be secure. I don't know about that, but you just generate a token on the server side, send it to the secure place, like your email or SMS, and ask you to type it in. So we could support that, although I think the security of email and SMS is sort of dubious. Any chance of just linking it to Facebook, Google accounts? Yeah, I want to do that too. That's called OpenID Connect these days, and so I did the research for that right here. Google, Facebook, and Twitter all have APIs for that. I started looking into the Google stuff, and I need to have my terms of service privacy policy done. Then I need to do an OAuth ID setup with Google, and only then can I actually test it. So it's going to be a while. Yeah, exactly. SMS email is kind of shitty. Yeah. Authy and Google Authenticator is a little bit better, but you have to watch out for this. Like, this is the thing you should read about. If you ever get yourself fooled into thinking it's really secure, read that thing. It's definitely easy to make a mistake with that. If someone just takes a picture of your phone when you're using it to your authenticator, even though it's a one-time password only, they can use that one-time password to reverse engineer your secret. And it only takes like an hour and a half with a laptop or something like that. So never show anyone the one-time passwords you're using, especially not in a way that they know the time it was generated. Because it only takes like one or two of those, and they can run it through a brute force thing. The key space, it's only 80 bits to begin with. And then if you give 2 cache hits to that, it reduces it down till you can crack it in like an hour and a half. So, like I made this mistake the other day of accidentally typing in a one-time password. I'm like, okay, well, that's fine. I have an hour and a half, so let me just remove the authenticator and then add a new one back, right? That's the rule of thumb, I guess. If you leak a one-time password, sometime in the next hour, you should probably change the authenticator code. Just remove the old one and add a new one. It's super easy if it's a soft token. If it's a hard token, not so easy, but hopefully the hard token you're using also encrypts it in some way, so that the one-time password is not just hashed; it's run through some kind of challenge algorithm. Yeah. So we'll add OpenID Connect as soon as I have this set up. I think I'll just start with Google, and I think Facebook. This might be old information. I've heard that Facebook has dropped OpenID Connect and has their own thing. And I haven't looked at Twitter yet. I just have the link. But I want to support sign-in with Google because obviously Google is better at this than I am. So why not leverage their authentication system, right? Okay. Facebook has its own API, yeah. I know where I was going. I was going back to my work here. Fixed that, did that. No, I haven't done that yet. This position plus range, I haven't done that. That would be an optimization if I need it, right? I did this part of it. Not doing the 2 distant lights yet. And I haven't done that yet. Is that what I want to do next? If something is moved, I have to if something's added, changed, or removed, I should update or remove or add its light map. And then if it's not a light, but it is a barrier, or both, if it's a barrier, we need to recompute the light maps of anything that is lighting it up or was lighting it up. This map would help because then we would know which lights are affected, right? Maybe I should do that next. I could do that and have a unit test to test it before I even use it, actually. Maybe that's what I'll do next. You wouldn't want the stress of having to keep user password safe. It's actually not that hard to do due diligence. So what I did is I just looked up PBKDF2. Where did I do that? Do I not have? Oh yeah. How do we hash passwords on the server in the secure way? So it's PBKDF2. And there's even test vectors for it. And it's really just based off of hash message authentication codes. You run it like 10,000 iterations. It's pretty good these days. And so you get a one-way hash of the passwords. Never store passwords in the clear. If a company ever emails you your password or tells you what your password is, they're not storing it correctly. You want to run it through one of these algorithms that makes it really, really expensive to reverse. So the idea is when you submit your password, it immediately gets hashed. I mean, preferably on your client, so that's never even transmitted in the clear. But even if you have to transmit it, if it's transmitted securely, it's, it's okay. Not the best. But the server should never store it. It should immediately hash it if it's not hashed. And then you just compare hash codes. So that's what I do. I use PBKDF2 and hash the thing like 10,000 times. Okay. I think I have enough time left where I can do this thing. So let me make... there won't be anything to show for it, but it'll make me feel better if I have a unit test for this. I suppose we can just take one of these tests and duplicate it. And we'll do it with 2 lights. Actually, let me... do I still have that virtual graph paper thing around? Yeah. So if we put a wall there, and let's say a wall right here, and we have a light source 1 here, and a light source 2 here, and then maybe even a light source 3 here, then this one should be lit by 1, 2, and 3, but on different quadrants. This one should only be lit by 3 and 1, but on this, well, I think 3 will reach around and hit the top right one. Is that more complicated than it needed to be? Probably. What if I just not have a 3? Just to keep it simple, along one axis, this wall is hit on 2 different sides. This one is only hit by 1 on one side. It's probably good enough, right? So, what are we going to call the thing? Like illuminated tiles or something like that? Illuminated tiles map. And then, I don't care about that. There's no ambient light requirement. We're only going to have a wall, right? No, there's one. We need to have a light source one. So one of these has to emit light. And it doesn't need to be that much light, right? It could just be a 1. 5,600 companies are known to store plain text passwords? Yeah, I saw plain text offenders the other day. It was Virgin Mobile used to do it, and there was a media, like a social media blunder that's Virgin Media did, was it last week or something? Where they basically said, or a customer of theirs said, when instead of getting their password reset, they just sent the guy his password in snail mail. And then said, well, it's secure because it's illegal for someone to read your mail when it's, read someone else's mail. A huge backlash on Twitter. But basically revealed that, you shouldn't be able to send the guy his password unless you're storing it improperly. Yeah, it's pretty depressing. I know it's a federal crime, but so people on Twitter were responding, well, then you shouldn't need to have a password because it's illegal to log in as someone else. So just use a username. But they're saying like it's secure because it would be illegal for someone else to look at it. Yeah, it's just dumb these days to store passwords in plain text because I'm just one guy and I did the hash stuff in like a couple days. If it only takes one developer like a few days to figure it out, then it doesn't cost much. All right. Tile set. Okay, we're going to have 2 walls. So, no, 1 wall? 2 walls. Wall 1 and wall 2. Wall 1, I should just give these coordinates now, right? We need a camera too. We'll put the camera where? No, I don't need a camera. Don't need a camera at all. Put coordinates so I don't get confused. So wall at 1 and 3. Wall 1 is at 1. That's great. Which wall is tile 2? Wait a minute. Did I have... That was ground. All right. Wall 2. Wall 2 is at 3. And then we'll have light 1 and light 2. Light 1 is at 2 by 0. Tile set 1. And light 2 is at 0, 0. 0, 0. And I don't need a camera. So I don't need this at all. And I don't need clear feedback either because there's no connection, right? Yes. Hold on. Oh, I see how that works. Yeah, okay, so the act would be what? To just look it up, right? So const auto. What do I call it again? Illuminated tiles map, right? Illuminated tiles map is components. This is going to be a new method I'm going to have to invent. So get illuminated tiles. And then does it matter what I put in here? Why don't we just get straight access to the whole thing? And I'm thinking it's going to be a multi-level map. So first level would be zone, and then next level would be position within zone. And then for that position, it would be a set of light objects. So what do we expect? It would be a map from integers to more maps. And that inner map would be from position. Well, that's realm server components position to this is where I should start indenting them, even though it's going to look really weird. Yeah, from position to, would it be set? I guess it would be. Well, yeah, standard set. Thank you for that follow, by the way. It's a criminal offense to go past 80 characters. Yeah, it used to be, because your printer would mess up. You'd have to have, your line numbers wouldn't match up anymore. Okay. Light, I guess we're calling it. And this is going to be totally different. And it's not feedbacks anymore, it's illuminated tiles map. Okay, so the outer would be, there's just one zone, right? It's called zone. Fact, yeah, we'll just keep it like that. And that zone will have Can I use initializer list syntax for this? I think I can. So it would just be another bracketed thing, and then that would be from positions. Some position to some light, right? And so the position would be 1, 0. This whole thing has to be inside initializer list. And then the set of lights would be its own thing. So the light is it's two things. Actually, it's three things. It's X, Y, and illuminated quadrant bitmap. So 0, 0, and then the quadrants lit. We're talking about this one, right? Yeah, the quadrants lit would be the 1 and 4, so that's 5. So 0, 0, 5. Actually, I guess that goes on one line. And then the other thing that illuminates that wall is light number 1. Oh, I should have the entity number in there too, shouldn't I? Throw the entity number in there. So that's light 2, and this is light 1. And light 1 is over here. Actually, do I need the entity? I don't know yet. But it would be 2 plus 8, that's 10. And its position is 2, 0. I'm wondering if I need to hold on to these entity IDs and maybe even make it a map from entity ID to light information. I don't know yet. I just want to put the data in here. So, did I do this right? Zone to oh no, I didn't do it right. I didn't do it right at all. That would be more correct. So that's one lit wall, and the other one is at 3, 0, and it's only lit by light number 1, and it's lit on the other side, so that's 5, not 10. It's the bitmap, like if we're looking at one tile, I had numbered the quadrants 1, 2, 4, and 8. So 5 would be left. The left side is lit, and 10 would be the right side is lit. 3 would be top, 12 is bottom, 15 if the whole thing is lit, etc. That's what this quadrant bitmap is for. So this information says, basically, there are 2 tiles that are lit in this zone, and they are these positions, or really, yeah, they're tiles. And the light sources that are lighting them are, for this one, there are 2 lights shining on it, with 2 different sets of quadrants. And then this wall over here is only lit by 1 light. That's what we expect to see. And I'm going to use this map later to reduce the number of lookups it takes to know if I need to recalculate lights if things move. How long have I been working on this project? I have a recap series if you want to see the active game development, which started in May. But I've done a lot of the preliminary work, so I was working on the game project itself since last November, and I started streaming back last June, mostly doing just general programming, like making my own web server. I think was the first focus I had. So all things concerned, it's been a year and 2 months. But if it's for just the game dev portion, since November, yeah. And this kind of thing, solo, I've heard like the kind of scope that I picked, it'll probably take like 3 or 4 years to have a complete enough game to say that it's done. And if it's done, if I get to where it's done and people are playing it, then I'll continue. Otherwise, I gotta find something else to do. Yeah, the recap idea, it's like, I reduce it to where it's like 5 minutes per week or less, so that you can just watch it quickly, get up to speed of what you missed if you haven't seen my stream in like a month. And everything's totally different. You can see, well, what are the steps he took to get there? So I'm anticipating for the August recap, it's going to be mostly that I added in this lighting stuff and also the 2-factor auth stuff. That's what I've been doing mostly this month. I also took a big break because of family issues, like a week and a half. So I kind of lost some time there. All right. This doesn't like it because this doesn't exist, so it doesn't know that type, and also this type doesn't exist yet. Let's start with that type. I'm going to go to this type and just add it next to it. Oh, thank you. How do you say your name? Zephylinux? Or maybe just Zeph? Thank you very much. I have entity with depth, but I don't have entity. That's almost what I need, actually, isn't it? No, it's different. Zephylinux. All right. Okay. I'm going to have trouble with that. I'm sorry. I'll try my best. This is used. It's not really used as a key, though, is it? Well, it sort of is because I wanted to use it in a set. So I guess it is a key. This is used as a key into collections that track light sources. Zephylinux. Okay. Light. So we need the horizontal coordinate of the light source, and I'm also saying that I want the light entity. I don't know if I need this, but I'll put it in here for now. Entity. This is the identifier of the light source entity. And then I put the illuminated quadrant bitmap. So quadrants. This is a bitmap representing which quadrants of the tile are illuminated by the light source. 1 is top left, 2 is top right, 4 is bottom left, 8 is bottom right. All right. Light. Default constructor and initializer list, and we want to compare the light to another light. Same thing here. So compare inequality and inequality. That's light. Okay. So I need to implement those methods, don't I? So if I go to that and see where it's... Oh, it's defaulted? Okay, so the non-default one. Okay, here we go. Actually, I'm surprised that we didn't see position. Oh, I have it ordered kind of funny. Okay, well, we'll put it with position. It's kind of similar to a position, isn't it? Position, here we go. So I'll start with copy paste, but we'll rename it position to light. And then we're adding in what? We're adding in another initializer, actually 2 of them. This is entity. And I can do this because they're all ints. I can get away with it. Quadrants. How come it can't help me there? That was weird. And now it knows it, but it didn't know it before. I guess we sort of want to sort by locality first, right? If it's greater than, it's false. Else if entity is less than other entity, return true. Greater than, return false. Else if quadrants. Actually, it doesn't matter. That's not for sorting, is it? The identity is the entity number. Do I even need to sort by position? I don't think I need to, because that's a unique identifier. Oh yeah, if I did want to keep them like collected by locality, I could do that, but I don't need that right now. Let's just keep it simple. I guess I could just say return that, right? Yeah, let's just keep it simple. Return that they're equal. There we go. Uh-oh, are the tests happy? Not yet, because this doesn't exist. We need to add that to here. Down here somewhere. Probably right here. This type is gross enough that I think I want to give it a name. Let's give it a name up here somewhere. Got to have names for other things. I should have just used these. Yeah. Do it the same way, right? So using... Do I want to have this in different levels? Probably. Yeah, let's have these at 3 different levels. Okay, so what is this then? This is a light set. And then that goes here, and this is a lights by position. Equals that. And then that goes here, and that's short enough we can do that. And what is this? Lights by zone. All right. Document them. I think I will have to call it soon, though. I tried not to work more than 4 hours without having a break. Okay, so this collects together information about various light sources. Oh, I didn't document light, did I? I did. Okay. This collects what does it collect together? This collects together the light sources present at different positions in a game zone. And then this is this collects together all light sources in the game. Really, it's information about, though. Yeah. Okay. And then we'll just have one of these. In fact, that's what I could use here, right? So I can just say it's one of those. And then that's what we return from this thing. And we're just returning it. We're returning a copy, I think. Or actually, I could just return our const reference, because it's only going to be used for testing. In fact, I'm going to move it to the area that I mark specifically only to be used by the test framework. Which is one code smell here is that everything I have inside here should be separate testable units. And the fact that they're not is code smell. If I were to refactor this, this would be a candidate for extraction into its own class. Would be the thing that gives you the illuminated tiles would be its own component. That would have a public interface and all that we can test separately. All right, so provide access, read-only access to the information collected by the game about all light sources. Code smell would be an upgrade for you at the moment. Your cat's been up to no good again. You can smell something much worse. Good one. Good one. Is returned. It's getting hot. It's 76 Fahrenheit. I'm such a wimp. All right. So I can cheat by doing auto that and then put the arrow over there, and then I just need to say components once, right? And then return impl lights by zone, which I still need to define. So let's put it out here. Yeah, I'm sorry, Riley Monkey, that sucks. Hopefully Kitty gets their act together. Yeah, when cats get up to no good, it's cat urine that you smell. Right? Unfortunately. Okay, so this holds a cache of information about light sources in the game. Yeah, well, it's a reality. If you own a cat, you're going to have to deal with cat urine. Hopefully you deal with it using a cat box. And then it's not a problem anymore. It's a managed issue. Or a managed reality. I don't know what you say. Well, not always. What kind of cat doesn't urinate, though? It's just it's the thing all creatures do. Use a cat box? Yeah. Yeah, try to train a cat to use a toilet. I'm sure it's possible, but probably not doable by most people. Okay, I just want to get this to compile, and I think it will now. So compile it, and it should fail. Oh, I had a error. Did I not rename the test? No, I did. Okay, what's the problem then? I thought I saw something about redeclaring. Redefinition different basic types. Okay. Interesting. 171? Oh, do I have 2 lights by zone? I do. Oh, well, am I already using that then? Oh, I am. Oh, it wasn't lights, it was things lit. Okay, I have the terminology back wrong. It's illuminated tiles, yes. Okay, I messed up. This is illuminated tiles by zone. It's not about light sources. This holds a cache of information about tiles that are lit by light sources in the game. And then, where is the other file? This goes here. About all tiles lit by light sources. Okay. Up here. So this should be illuminated tiles by position. Whoops. Whoa. I'm getting special characters added in there. Don't know what I was holding down to get that, but that was funny. Tiles lit by the light sources. Okay. All the tiles lit by light sources in the game. And this is light set, so I want to keep that. Okay, so that's all I need to change, right? Try again. Uh-oh. What now? Okay, I didn't fix, okay, I didn't rename it down here. That's what I did. Rename it to that. And that's illuminated tiles by zone. There we go. Litter box. That's another way to say it. Yes, cat box, litter box. I guess for a cat, in the context of a cat, you call a cat's litter box the cat's toilet, right? Well, it built. Okay, that's the good news. It built. Do I need to refresh? I'm not seeing my quick access buttons there. Why am I not seeing my buttons? There's one up there, but there's none down here. That's weird. Oh, it's still not building, that's why. Why not? Oh, I had another bug. Rendering. $344, really? Wait a minute. Where am I? Oh, tests. Okay, 3. Right. Okay. Oh, down here. Yeah. Okay. This type goes here. Built. Yay. Yeah, it's gonna fail, but it shouldn't break anything else. All right. Oh, right, there's a pretty print thing I should implement, otherwise I get 16-byte object. Where was that? There was like print 2 or something. Yeah. One of these. The support function for Google Test. To print out a type of light. So let's go to that. Yeah, it's just one of these to pretty print. Light. So, yeah, it's just light.entity x. Oh. Delimiter light dot quadrants. Oh, I need another there. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to finish this today, though. I get the unit test set up, and then I'll work on this later and implementing it later. Cool. So it's printing stuff. So at 1,0, we should have that light source, and that light source. That one should have that. So I can at least see it in the display. So let me check this in, and then I'll just call it for the day, and continue this next time. Yep, 4 hours, 7 minutes. Many tiles map. Yeah, okay, so this is work in progress. Adding tracking of illuminated tiles in the game. All right. Excuse me. So I think I made pretty good progress in that the lighting works. It's just only works with static stuff, so probably we'd see problems if I returned out to the zone where there are monsters walking around. Let me go look. If they move on and off camera, is that a problem? It would if they were blocking light. That's what it would be. In fact, I could probably check that right now. So if I go to the tile set with NPCs in it, and I say he's going to block light, update, and then I reload this. So when they move, it doesn't update the light. It doesn't update the light if they move, but if I move, it does, which makes sense. And we'd have more problems if they emitted light. Their light would only emit from one place, and then when they move, it would still be emitting from the old place. So yeah, we got issues to work out. Let me turn that off for now. Okay. So yeah, the goal is to have it so that barriers can move around. They can be added in the game, and it should update the visibility as we move, and so should the lighting also update. You fix the issue that updated the light if you move? Yeah, so it had to do with coordinate system changes. Some maps tracked by view coordinates and others by world coordinates, and they weren't matching up right. So I have regression tests in place now to catch that if I were to put that back in by mistake. The only light that moves right now is the camera's ambient, and we just recalculate it every time we shift anyway, so that one's taken care of, but we're not taking care of if any of these lights were to move around. In fact, I could show that to you right now by physically moving it. If I take that light and I move it, look at that, it vanished. And there it appears again. But you notice how the light, it still illuminates from the old position until I move? It's not recalculating the what you can see when things move around you. Only when you move does it update them. Actually, it shouldn't... Oh, I think I know why this isn't showing. It's probably the depth is wrong. No, that's another problem. It should be showing that, and it's not until we leave and come back, which is weird. Anyway, yeah, so we're not handling that yet. That's a problem. Doesn't update the light yet, but it will when we get done. That's what the purpose of all these maps are. It's whenever something moves, we see, is it in the map? And if so, it's either we have to recalculate its light, or we have to recalculate other lights that might be blocked by it, depending on if it's a light source or a barrier or both. All right, so a similar problem would be if I add a wall right here, right? How can I see through the wall? I can't, it's just that it didn't know to update to block my vision of it. Similarly, if I remove the wall, it's not until I move does it repaint the light. So, yeah, it's all about tracking when to check the maps and when to update them, and when to tell the client about the change. And we want to do it in a semi-smart way, so that we're not wasting CPU cycles. If I decided I wanted to draw a walkway here, the walkway doesn't block or emit light, so it should not cause any extra processing power. It shouldn't touch any light maps at all, right? But if I draw mountains there, that's another story. They are light barriers, so those should cause changes to the client. So yeah. Anyway, that's going to be it for me. That's going to be it for me for the day. I'll leave it on that screen while I go find someone to raid. Wow, for me it's like almost 5:30 p.m. Okay, maybe I give you guys an option. Would you rather that I raid a developer, a game dev, or someone just playing like No Man's Sky or Minecraft? What do you guys feel like? Some more game dev, or maybe some gaming? Game dev? Okay, I have the perfect guy to raid for game dev. So I'm going to raid Timba Day. So I've raided him many times before. He is working on numerous games. I think he's into a cycle where he's trying to make a new game every few months, and he has his own game engine in C++, so he's a fellow C++ coder. And I think it's called Turtle Brains. And he's working on user interface and user experience for a racing game right now. Yes, he refers to viewers as turtles, and he's got a bird and a dog, and he's a great guy, so I'm going to go raid him right now. He also recently did a 24-hour stream, which I found very impressive. I do not know how to do that yet. Okay, I'm pressing the button. I hope you guys all have an awesome rest of your day, and I hope to see you again tomorrow. I'll hopefully be back at 10 a.m. my time tomorrow. See ya. Bye.